to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride?
No, I got my car, but I actually really need to go to the bathroom.
Dude, are you okay?
I am definitely buzzed.
Yeah.
I think I will take this, and I will take that ride home.
You're blind. You're trying to escape from here, aren't you? I want to see how far you can make it before your head is chopped off. Good luck not getting killed.
Have you joined the fastest growing fantasy motorsports app yet? On Grid Rival, you can join leagues with your friends and manage your own fantasy team on what race fans are calling, hands down, the best fantasy motorsport app out there. F1 and MotoGP leagues are now live for the 2021 season. Joining a league on Grid Rival will make every race more exciting, more engaging, and of course, more competitive. Download Grid Rival now on your iPhone or Android smartphone. Grid Rival is an unofficial application and not associated with Formula One, MotoGP, or any of their athletes.
I'm Ryan Newman, and since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
You live to Linda's Speedway on the National Racing Network Radio.
as we have another jam-packed night of racing here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. 6 features tonight, 5 different classes, wingless 600s and wing 6. Having a doubleheader tonight. We've also got twin Charger features along with the Mount Gretna Roller Ring 270s and the Excel Modified Tour, all back here tonight. I'm Casey Kreider, glad to take you through all the action once again on a beautiful Friday night in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. 84 degrees and sunny. Perfect night and perfect weather for racing. Currently in the midst of warm-ups for the wingless Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. They're going to run their feature first and all their events before intermission. And then after intermission, we'll have the winged 600 events, including heat races and the feature at the very end of the night. Fourth and final group in action right. And current on the time charts is Jason Swavely, 13.690 second time for him. PJ Williams, Rodney Westafer, Mike Rutherford, and Logan Rumsey. They complete your top 5. Rumsey's got 2 wins here this season, 1 apiece in the wingless and winged. Track still getting farmed into the right condition by these cars running in the track. This is the 4th group on the Speedway currently. The first group, the fastest time was set by Sean Dove at a 15.09 second lap, so just be how much speed the track has gained. But final group is on track right now, getting the green flag as they come under head starter Mike Fry. And after them, we'll have the Chargers, the 270s, and the Modifieds taking to the track for their hot lap sessions. And Tommy Koonsman to the top of the time charts in that 4th and final group for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s. Back driving the 34 car here tonight. Trying to get first win of the season here in one of his first races this year at Linda's Speedway. that pass 7-3 lap for him. Michelle and Swavely will stop 5. Here come the track.
Okay, everybody, this is Chris Graham at National Racing Network Master Control. Sounds like we're having a little bit of an audio issue here with Linda's Speedway, but we're working on getting that sorted out here, out there at the racetrack. Should have them back here in just a moment. But thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in here tonight. Looking forward to another big night of racing action here at Linda's Speedway. And as we come back here, we'll pull up the We'll Be Right Back card, tell you a little bit about what's coming up here on the National Racing Network over the next couple of nights. And as soon as we have the Speedway tuned back in, we'll get you right back out there to Jonestown.
Be the best. You can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
I'm Ryan Newman, And since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
This Independence Day weekend, kick your party off with a bang. DeWeather Center presents the first annual DeWeather Cares Charity Softball Classic presented by the National Racing Network. The Palmerton Boobies, DeWeather Center Bluecocks, Blue Mountain I-95ers, Pocono Front Platers, Schuylkill County Crackers, Reading Nurses, Catasauqua Blue Tits, and Beltsville Lake Monsters will take the field in Emerald. Find out more on Facebook at DeWeather Center. DeWeather Center, offensively accurate.
You're blind. You're trying to escape from here, aren't you? I want to see how far you can make it before your head is chopped off. Good luck not getting killed.
Have you joined the fastest growing fantasy motorsports app yet? On Grid Rival, you can join leagues with your friends and manage your own fantasy team on what race fans are calling, hands down, the best fantasy motorsport app out there. F1 and MotoGP leagues are now live for the 2021 season. Joining a league on Grid Rival will make every race more exciting, more engaging, and of course, more competitive. Download Grid Rival now on your iPhone or Android smartphone. Grid Rival is an unofficial application and not associated with Formula One, MotoGP, or any of their athletes.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Okay, everybody, once again here, this is Chris Graham, National Racing Network Master Control. We are restarting all the systems over on the Linda Speedway side of things. You're not missing anything. They're still in hot laps. No racing action out on the track just yet, but we'll get you out for the racing here just as soon as it's ready to get rolling. Okay, everybody. Modifieds are on track for practice now. Jeremy Gistwhite going to be quickest overall, quick lap time of 13.762 seconds. Josh Beverly, second quick, 13.879, going to be his best time. Christian Donati, Jerry Bressler, Sam Shikatano going to be the top 5. Working on getting Casey Kreider back in here, so we'll give you the information updates the best we can here remotely. Currently 6th in timing. Thomas Pritchka, 7th, going to be Tiffany Hitzler. Ray Gradwell, 8th. Corey England, 9th. And Riley Hummel, the top 10. About half the field has taken time here in hot laps. Next group rolling out onto the racetrack as well. We should have Casey Kreider coming back here in just a moment as well. Ty Hoke going to jump up to second quick on the speed charts, 35/100ths of a second back of Jeremy Gistwhite. Eric Hollenbach jumping to the 3rd position. Andy Ressler 4th. Mike McLaughlin up to the top 5. The 98 of Matt Warner moves up to the 8th position. He's going to be about 13/100ths of a second back of quick time. Incredibly deep field here for the modifieds tonight at Lindis Speedway. Eric Whitby in the number 88. Been in contention the last couple of weeks, couple of appearances anyway, for the modifieds here at Lindis Speedway. A quarter of a second back in the 15th position. So only about a quarter of a second separating the top 15 cars. Looking all the way back, how about less than 1 second from first to 31st out of the 33 cars that have taken time here tonight? So we're going to get ready to see some racing coming up here. Wingless 600s will be the first action we see on the racetrack tonight. Just getting ready for the national anthem out here at Lindis. As soon as they finish up with that, we will turn you back over to Casey Kreider. So Jeremy Gistwhite going to be your quick timer for the modifieds, 13.762 seconds. Ty Hoke, Aaron Hollenbach, Andy Ressler, and Mike McLaughlin, your top 5. Six through 10 in the modifieds will be Josh Beverly, Christian Donati, Matt Warner, Corey England, and Kenny Harris, setting almost identical lap times anyway. Jerry Bressler, Sam Shikatano, Thomas Pritchka, Tiffany Hitzler, Ray Gradwell, Eric Whitby back through 15th. opening ceremonies going on out at the racetrack now. But we'll turn you back over to Casey here. He'll have the play-by-play for the night's racing action. 6 features on the cards for tonight, including 2 for the winged and wingless 600s. But we're just about ready to throw you back over here to Casey Kreider. So, Casey, take it away here, bud.
It'll be Brandon Heiss starting from pole position for the first heat race. 4 of them in action. Brent Cockling will start on the outside of row number 1. Jeremy Hart will be on row 2. Mason Beinhauer, Tyler Henry will start for row 3. Mike Rutherford, Ben Ernst in row 4, and Eddie Duncan will round out the 9-car starting lineup. 5 qualified, 4 heat races. Top 3 will reach off the starting position in the feature. Here we're underway for the first heat race. Going to get away to the point. Side-by-side battle going to be on between Harshman and Conkling. Back to turn 1. Harshman on the inside. Conkling on the outside. They're going to stay side-by-side off the corner. Good drive off by Harshman. Back to turn number 3. On the outside battle for the third spot going to be on. Here comes Mike Rutherford through on the inside. He's past Conkling. He'll get past him at the exit of turn number 2 as Heiss away by about 6 car lengths. Back to turn 3 and 4. He's gotten away, but it's a scrap from second all the way back through 9th. They're nose to tail. Back to 1 and 2. Conkling in 3rd. Ekman in 4th. Then Beinhauer rounding out your top 5 to the last transfer spot. Henry's going to have a look to the inside of him. 3-4, running right next to those infield tires. That's going to be the battle for the spot. Actually, beg your pardon. No scoring transponder on Brandon Heiss' car. That's why we got a little bit thrown off. That's actually the battle for the 6th spot. It's Heiss, then Rutherford, Harshman, and a 3-wide battle for 4th. Back to turn number 1. Ekman on the outside. Conkling in the middle, and Henry trying to make that inside line work. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th. With Beinhauer trying to join the party. He's on the outside, right behind Ekman. 4 cars, all under a blanket. 4-2-7. Beinhauer's going to make it work on the outside line. Get through to the 5th spot for the time being. Henry in 6th. Conkling in 7th. Meanwhile, Brandon Heiss is going to come back to 6. 2 laps to go for him. He has got about 8 or 9, maybe 10 car lengths down the back stretch. Off turn 3 and 4. Battle on for the 4th spot. Ekman on the outside. Beinhauer on the inside, but 1 lap to go for Brandon Heiss out in front. Beinhauer having a look inside Ekman as Ekman has to look inside Harshman. That's the battle for the 3rd spot, but coming out of turn number 4, Brandon Heiss is going to take home the win in the first heat race for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s. Rutherford comes home in 2nd, followed by Harshman, Ekman, Beinhauer, your top 5. They transfer to Tyler Henry, Brett Conkling, Ben Ernst, beg your pardon, and Randy Kunkel Jr. heading to the while we have the opportunity with a quiet racetrack, I want to remind you that the 6th contest sponsored by Bill's Roadside Service for the Modifieds. The Modified Tour is here tonight. Is in action. It's $40 to win tonight. That's the grand prize. All you have to do is correctly predict the top 3 finishers of tonight's modified feature. If you haven't already, get the paper to fill it out at general admission. Be sure to return them prior to the end of the race. That's the deadline.
by the end of heat race to be eligible for the prize. Lineup will go off like this for the second heat race for the Wing 600. Gavin Bushell driving the R7 car. That Coach Hilliard is the one that won the national overlap. Right behind the wheel. He's going to start from pole position. Jason Swavely is going to be on his outside, and then it'll be Fred Heinlein and Robert starting row number 2, with PJ Williams, Joe Timmons starting row 3, Garrett Smith on the inside of row 4, alongside of Zach Light on the outside, and a driver change in the 42. Connor Sheffield started tonight in that car, and he was the winner 1 weekend ago. But Zach Keeler's now behind the wheel of that ride. He's going to start from the back of this race in the 9th position. Once again, with 9 cars, 5 spots. Here we go. Michelle going to stand on the gas. Green flag in the air. Back to 3 and 4. Michelle on the inside, but Swavely hanging up on the outside. They'll race side by side under the flag stand. Back to turn 1. They will stay even down the back stretch. Off turn number 3. Michelle on the inside. Going to throw it in there just a little bit, but Swavely hangs up on the out. Swavely peeks ahead by about 3/4 of a car length. Back to turn number 1. Pierce runs in third. PJ Williams right on his tail, and the battle for fifth. Not heavy. Jack Wheeler through the middle. He's up to the 5th spot. Heinlein and Smith. They run in 6th and 7th, with Light and Timmons running 8th and 9th. Swavely's got clear for the race lead. He and Michelle run nose to tail back to 1 and 2. 3 and 4, beg your pardon. Now they'll go back to turns 1 and 2 under the flag. 3 laps complete. PJ Williams continues to hold on to that 3rd spot. He's got about 3 car lengths over Robert. Zach Wheeler trying to make that bottom line work. Running with him as well. The front 2, though, checked out by about half the front stretch. Back to turns 1 and 2. Swavely's got about 2 car lengths on Michelle. Back to 3 and 4. No imminent battle for the transfer spot right now. Fred Heinlein trying to close in a little bit on Zach Wheeler. And Wheeler tries to close in on Pierce. That's the battle for the 4th spot. Back to 1 and 2. Now they'll be side by side. Will Wheeler and Pierce off the exit 2. Pierce gets a nice drive off the exit 2. But Wheeler going to throw it off in there. Wheeler staying committed to that inside line, much like Sheffield did 1 weekend ago in victory in that very race car. It's going to give Heinlein an opportunity to get past either. The white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Jason Swavely out in front by 2 car lengths over Michelle. Wheeler slides it off into 1 and 2. Robert is going to come back on the inside. Back over to the corner. They'll race back to 4. That's for the 3rd spot. As Swavely's going to take the heat race to victory over Michelle. Williams and Wheeler did get that 4th spot under the flag. Able to hang on to that here. Gets the 5th and final transfer spot. Fred Heinlein, Garrett Smith, Zach Light, and Joe Timmons. They will all head to the contest. Dakota Bartlett in row 3. Logan Road, Corey Secrets in row 4. Green flag in the air. We are underway with race number 3. Hump's going to get away through to the point on the outside. Hunter McFadden goes way back to the middle of the pack. All the way back to 7th through a set of corners. Koonsman gets through to 3rd. Here comes Pat Wheeler to the inside of him. And Dakota Bartlett trying to make the middle line work. As Koonsman shut the door on Wheeler 3 and 4. Ryan Kunkel gets away to the race lead. Koonsman now about 3, 4, 5 car lengths back to 3 and 4. And we got crash on the back straightaway. One car, big time upside down. It's Corey Secrets on the back stretch. That's going to put us under the red flag. For those of you listening at home, racing network is okay back there. That's the ball. That car flipped it, got up too high. The driver is okay. Lights are out. We'll come back to the green flag now. One book. Uncle out in front. Second. Then Pat Wheeler, Dakota Bartlett, Ricky Martin. There's your top 5 with Logan Road, the ones on the outside looking one. Stand on the gap. Back to 3 and 4. Start inside Dakota Bartlett for 4th. Run through 3 and 4. And back onto the flag stand. Here comes Koonsman. Back on the inside. A Kunkel off the exit of turn 4. Koonsman's going to throw it off in there. Kunkel's going to try and slide back under him and will at the exit of turn number 2. The slider works perfection, but so too did the crossover. And Ryan Kunkel remains out in front with 2 laps in the books over Koonsman. And now here comes Wheeler trying to throw it back into 1 and 2. And on the bottom side, power move by Pat Wheeler. He'll get under Koonsman. Koonsman's going to have a look back to the inside. 3 and 4. Wheeler's going to have the momentum on the high side. He will get around, complete the pass for the second position. Go back to 1 and 2 in front of Koonsman. 4 Carlin behind Ryan Kunkel down in front. Bartlett continues to run 4th. Hartman continues to run 5th. They've gapped 5th, 6th place Hunter McFadden by a good amount. Back to 1 and 2. Ryan Kunkel continues to grow the advantage just a little bit. Pat Wheeler running that bottom line. So too is Koonsman. Kunkel running up a little more in the middle. Back to the high line, right up to the edge of the groove. 2 laps to go. Hartman going to have a look to the inside of Bartlett here as they come off turn number 2. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for Ryan Kunkel. He has continued to grow that advantage over Wheeler, who's gotten away comfortably over Koonsman. The battle is the one for 4th. Well inside of a transfer spot. Bartlett on the outside, Hartman on the inside as Kunkel will come across to win heat race number 3 over Wheeler. Koonsman And Dakota Bartlett will win that battle for the 4th spot back to the flag, side by side with Ricky Hartman. They will all go to the A main while Hunter McFadden and Logan Road. They will head to the Corey Secret if they can get his car repaired. Lineup for the 4th and final heat race is going to go off like this. 8 cars strong, and Jackson White, Daniel Bear. They will start from row number 1. Matt Warner and Rodney Westhafer will start on row 2. Logan Rumsey, Sean Dove will make up row number 3. Dylan Schatz are going to be on the inside of row 4 with Nick Kies to his outside. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Back underway. 4th final race. Takes the green flag. And Daniel Bear is going to stay with Jackson White. Back to turns 1 and 2 on the outside. Logan Rumsey going to try and throw it in further back on the inside. Get through the 4th spot as Bear makes a nice move from top to bottom to get to the race lead. Through 3 and 4. Battle's going to be on for second between Warner on the inside, White outside with Rumsey, Westhafer following behind, and the Nick Sean Dove racing side by side for 6th. Now Kies going to have a look inside Westhafer for 5th as they come back to 3 and 4. He'll complete that pass as their contact and Dove, and nowhere for Dylan Schatzer to go. That's going to bring out the caution. Sean Dove was trying to send it in there on Rodney Westhafer. 2 made contact, left rear to right front. That sent Dove's car sideways right in front of Dylan Schatzer. Schatzer had nowhere to go, and we're under caution. Two laps in the book, 6 laps to go. Daniel Bear out in front. Green flag back in the air. To the outside comes Matt Warner through turns 3 and 4. He's got a great restart on Jackson White, and he's going to come around the outside. Now he's going to throw it to the inside of Bear, through the middle of White and Bear, and to the lead off the exit of turn number 2 as Rumsey's going to go through on the inside of White to try and get the 3rd spot. They'll battle side by side through turns 3 and 4 and give it to Logan off the exit of the corner. Side by side, the battle now between White and Skias. Not for the 4th spot back to the 1 and 2. Give it to Nick Diaz, and Diaz got a lot of drive off the bottom of the exit of turn 2. He'll have a look inside Rumsey, who's split up high. That car way up into the marbles goes Logan Rumsey, all the way back to the 6th spot, where he'll settle back in behind Sean Dove in 5th. Nick Diaz on the bottom side, going to try and get around Daniel Baer for 2nd. Give that spot to him as well. That car has been quick this season, but it's the first time it's been here at Olympus this year. Continuing and carrying over with that speed. 2 laps to go. He's got to run down Matt Warner, though. He's 1 second behind him with 2 laps to go. Logan Rumsey got back around Sean Dove and into a transfer spot for the 5th spot. Not sure he'll get any higher. We'll see if he has a challenge on Jackson White. Doesn't look like Nick Spees is going to get to Matt Warner, though, with 1 lap to go. Heat race number 4. And coming off the final corner, checker flag is in the air. Matt Warner will take heat race number 4 over Nick Spees. Side-by-side battle for 3rd. Give it to Daniel Baer over Jackson White. Logan Rumsey transfers. Sean Dove, Rodney Westgate for Dylan Chancellor. All going to head.
So here come the heat races for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. 3 of them tonight. 19 cars here, split into 7, 6, and 6 heat races, and green flag is in the air. Chris Smith, Shane Flaherty, Francis Gross III, Sean Yeagley, Chris McCarr, Chucky Kimmel, Sam Yeagley. That's your lineup. Here we go, as it's going to be side by side, back to turns 1 and 2. Francis Gross on the inside, Shane Flaherty on the outside. That's the battle for the 2nd spot. Behind race leader Chris Smith, back to 1 and 2. We'd like to remind our viewers watching at home and listening at home on the National Racing Network, we apologize. We've been having some technical issues. We think we've got them figured out, but there are no race mod or data for the Chargers, so by that, I'll try to catch you up on everything you might have missed through the wingless 600 heat races. Meanwhile, Chris Smith way up off the pace coming off turn 4. That's going to allow Flaherty to get through to the race lead. There's contact for 2nd between Gross and Kimmel. Issue for Chris Smith from the race lead. That car went off the pace down the front stretch and coasted back to the pit area. Caused a little bit of chaos for those trying to get around, but Flaherty is through to the race lead by about 5 car lengths over Francis Gross III. Chucky Kimmel runs in 2nd, then Sam Yeagley in 4th spot. Chucky Kimmel runs in 3rd, 2 car lengths behind Francis Gross. Sam Yeagley's in 4th, about 4 or 5 car lengths behind Kimmel for 3rd, and McCarr is about 5 or 6 car lengths behind Yeagley, back to 1 and 2. Those are the 5 transfer cars for the time being. Sean Yeagley well off the pace, not posing a challenge for the time being. Coming back to see 5 laps to go. Remember, this is the first heat race of the evening. The Chargers will run 2 features tonight, 12 laps apiece. First will come before intermission, and then they'll re-rack them and go again. 2 laps to go, though, for Shane Flaherty, back to turns 1 and 2. Nobody really able to close in for the time being. Chucky Kimmel trying to close the gap on Francis Gross III, back to 3 and 4, but nothing doing there for the time being. Gross actually closes in a little bit on Flaherty off the exit of turn 4, but still about 3 car lengths coming back to the white flag. 1 lap to go. That 3-car length lead is down to about a car length lead now, coming off the exit of turn 2. Gross is closing, but he's got one more set of corners to go. He's going to send it off in there, but he's not going to be able to get to the back bumper. Flaherty is going to win heat race number 1 over Gross and Kimmel. That's your top 3. Sam Yeagley comes home in 4th. Chris McCarr will transfer in 5th. Sean Yeagley will finish 6th and go to the Consi, as will Chris Smith with whatever mechanical issue he had. We'll see if they can get that resolved in time for the feature. And for the Chargers, 6 cars in this one. Ronnie Rhodes, Troy Hostetter start on row 1. Chrysler, Justin Regal on row. Carol Walters, row 3. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Back to 3 and 4. Hostetter's going to get away off the front row, and here they go 3 wide off into turn number 1. Justin Regal on the outside of Ronnie Rhodes with Dale Chrysler on the inside of everybody. Chrysler's going to be the one getting through to the 2nd spot. Regal's going to get through to 3rd, and Ed Hollenbach's going to get by on the inside of Rhodes to get through to the 4th spot as they come back under the flag stand to complete the first lap. So it's Troy Hostetter 1st, Dale Chrysler 2nd, Justin Regal 3rd, Ed Hollenbach 4th, Ronnie Rhodes Jr. in 5th, Carol Walters in 6th, and all single file for the time being. Front 5 have gotten away by about a straightaway over Walters, back to 6th. Battle looks like the closest battle looks like it could be the one for the 3rd spot. Ed Hollenbach trying to heat up Justin Regal for that position. Hollenbach trying to run on the inside line, get a peek under Regal off turn 4, but nothing doing there. He'll follow in Regal's tiles tracks through 3 and 4, try to cut under at the exit of turn number 2. He's going to get some momentum off there. He'll pull right to the left rear wheel well of Regal's car, back to 3 and 4. But not able to get any closer for the time being. Meanwhile, the front 2 have gotten away nicely. Hostetter by about 2 car lengths over Chrysler. Now here's the battle for 3rd. Hollenbach going to get through on the inside of Justin Regal and complete that pass back to turn number 3. So move Hollenbach up to 3rd, but he's about half a straightaway behind the front 2, who are nose to tail. Hostetter trying to work his way under the lap car of Carol Walters, and now he and Chrysler are going to run bumper to bumper back to turn number 3. 2 laps to go, and now Chrysler going to have a look inside, back to 1 and 2. Trying to draw a bead on car number 01 off the exit of the corner. Hostetter, though, going to try and stay tough on the outside. And will stay in front past the white flag through 1 and 2. Ed Hollenbach is closing, but he's not going to get there soon enough. The battle's going to be for the race lead as Hostetter has an issue. That car goes up in smoke. That's going to allow Dale Chrysler to get through on the outside. Hostetter's going to come across to finish in 2nd, but that car has a ton of smoke trailing behind it. Hollenbach will come across in 3rd, Justin Regal 4th, Ronnie Rhodes Jr. 5th, and Carol Walters 6th, a lap down. But the concern will be for Troy Hostetter, who had something big time expire on that car as he came under the flag stand, still was able to finish 2nd, but that is the least of his concerns for the time being. Okay, final heat race for the Chargers goes off like this. It'll be Lila Reagan, Cheyenne Chrysler on row 1, Haley Smith, Daryl Wagner, row 2, John Mans, Josh Michael on row 3. Once again, top 5 transfer. Here we go, back to turns 3 and 4. It's going to be Kreiser getting away on the outside through to the race lead. Daryl Wagner is going to get through to second. Michael's going to get through to third. Back to 1 and 2. Now here comes Daryl Wagner on the outside of Cheyenne Kreiser. He's going to complete that pass to the exit of turn 2 and try to set sail. Michael going to try and follow him through. And will do that. Cheyenne Kreiser loose on the bottom. That's going to allow John Mans to get through to the third spot. Kreiser falls back to fourth. Haley Smith is in fifth. Lila Reagan back to the sixth spot, and that'll be the battle for the transfer spot. Top 5 advance. The front 3, though, have all gotten away nicely. Daryl Wagner by about 3 car lengths over Josh Michael. Michael by about 4 or 5 or 6 back to turn number 1 over John Mans. Haley Smith will get around Cheyenne Kreiser for the 4th spot. A little further back, and now Lila Reagan going to try and set her sights on the 104. 3 laps in the books, though. Josh Michael trying to close in and is closing in on Daryl Wagner out in front. Gap is down to about 2 car lengths as they come off the exit of turn number 2. Back to the cross flags this time by. Halfway home, and Michael now back. The gap is about a car length back to turns 1 and 2. Have to see if he can get any closer to try and mount a challenge back to 3 and 4. And meanwhile, here's the side-by-side battle for 5th, back to 1 and 2. Reagan on the outside, Kreiser on the inside. Kreiser hangs on for the time being. Haley Smith has gapped them by about a straightaway, back to 3 and 4. Meanwhile, the leaders are over in turn 2. Daryl Wagner still holds about a 2-car length lead over Josh Michael. They'll come back to the twin sticks. Cheyenne Kreiser and Lila Reagan might get lapped, but they're going to be battling for the last transfer spot as the leaders come up on them with 2 laps to go. John Mans runs comfortably in 3rd. Haley Smith all by her lonesome in 4th. But lap traffic could decide this one. Coming back to the white flag, they've caught the tail end of Reagan. They'll get around her on the outside, go to work on Cheyenne Kreiser through 1 and 2. Wagner gets caught behind her a little bit. That's going to open the door for Michael to try and get on the inside. Going to try and use the lap car as a pick through 3 and 4. Michael on the inside, Wagner on the outside. They're going to come to the checkered flag, split the lap car, and a la the 1959 Daytona 500, they come across 3 wide, and I think Wagner held on for the win over Michael. Daryl Wagner by more than a bump. He came home second in 3rd. Haley Smith finished 4th. Did Okay, so heat races for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s taking to the racetrack now. We've got 23 cars here for them tonight, so everybody will qualify. They're the only class that does not need a consi. They'll be split into 3 separate heat races, and the first one is going to go off like this. Dan Boyer going to start from pole position with Jason Swavely in the 23K to his outside. Noah Murkey and Pete Skias, who has won 3 times here at Linda's so far this season, they'll start on row 2. Christy Swigert, Brittany Zeller start on row 3. Then Brandon Kressler and Andrea Matter-Martin, they will start in the 4th and final row. Lights are out, and here we go for 8 laps. First heat race of 3 for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s, ready to take to the racetrack. Ready to take the green flag as they come to the backstretch start zone. Dan Boyer stands on the gas. He'll run side by side with Swavely. He's going to clear Swavely back to turn number 3, and they'll come under the green flag. Pete Skias going to try and get through on the outside. He got around Murky for 3rd. He's going to try to get around Swavely for 2nd, and will at the exit of turn number 2, and he may have a look on Dan Boyer back to 3 and 4. They'll race side by side off turn number 4 under the flag stand. Nearly a dead heat. Dan Boyer by 5/1000ths of a second led that first lap, but I don't think he's going to lead the second one. Pete Skias is going to clear off the turn number 3, and unless he slides a little too high, he's right up there at the edge of the groove. He's going to hang on to the lead, and he will clear Boyer off the exit of turn number 2 and try to set sail. Andrea Matter-Martin's car well off the pace. Back to turn number 1. Skias will put a lap on her. Ooh, Dan Boyer got crossed up behind her. Will now get by her on the inside of turn number 2. That cost him about 5 or 6 car lengths back to 3 and 4. Jason Swavely gets there on the inside of her, and now he'll try to run down Boyer for the 2nd spot. Brittany Zeller runs in 4th. Brandon Kressler runs in 5th. Christy Swigert in 6th, and an issue for Noah Murky. That car got pushed to the infield. Appears that his heat race is over. Everybody, though, now is pretty well spread out among the lead lap cars. Pete Skias well out in front with 2 laps to go. Dan Boyer running in 2nd. About a 1.5 back of Skias. About another 2.25 back is Swavely. White flag is in the air. 1 to go for Pete Skias. Can he get his 4th win of the season tonight? That's the big question. Only Nunzi Allegrucci. A spectacle win in the 270s as the checkered flag is in the air. Another win in the heat race for Pete Skias by 2 seconds over Dan Boyer. Jason Swavely comes home in 3rd. Brittany Zeller in 4th. Brandon Kressler rounds out your top 5. Christy Swigert 6th. Andrea Matter-Martin 7th. And Noah Murky did not finish, but everybody will transfer to the A main from the 270s. Heat number 2 for the 270s, ready to go off like this. It'll be Mike Boyer starting from pole position with Brandon Heist on his outside. Trent Eberhard and Austin Miskowski will start on row 2. Ashley Pignoli, Ben Stoles start from row 3. And then Brian Heist and Landon Hostler, they start on row number 4. Green flag in the air. On the outside of Eberharski, back on the turn 2. I'll start that car repaired. Battle's going to be second between Ben Stoll and Brandon Hunt. Number 2 is going to power through inside. That hooked up. Going to get through to the inside of turn number 3. Going to be home here. 8 cars over Ben Stoll's. Maybe more than that. Back to turns 1 and 2. Brandon runs in third. See, so Mike, you're well out. Stoll's made a run from 6th to 2nd, but could get no higher. Oh, issue for Brandon Heist. He's going to pull to the infield. Problems for that car. Back to 1 and 2. White flag is in the air, so Heist is going to pull off. That's going to move Trent Eberhard up to the 3rd spot. Brian Heist will run 4th. Ashley Pignoli, actually, beg your pardon, that's Landon Hostler running in the 5th spot. But Mike Boyer is going to come under to see the win in heat race number 2 over Ben Stolz. Trent Eberhard will finish 3rd, right in front of Brian Heist. Hostler will come home in 5th, and then Ashley. Third and final heat race. Going to take to the racetrack now in the 270s. 7 cars deep. It's going to go off like this. Mike Kreiser, Matt Ferns are going to start from row number 1. Dakota Bartlett, Nate Gibble. They'll start on row 2. Nick Skias will start to the inside of row 3, driving car number 88. And alongside him will be Chase Walker in the 96W. Richie Hartman's number 39X now is going to start on the inside of row 4. Gingrich side of row 4. 8 cars in this heat race. Gingrich going to tack on to the back. And here we go. Want to go signal is going to be in front of Gingrich at the outside of 3. And Want to go signal is given. Kreiser and Fernsler still going to be in their hands. Back to turns 3 and 4. Dakota Bartlett and Nate Gibble going to start from row 2. They'll have the first opportunity to pounce. 8 laps, final heat race for the 270s. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Everybody got jammed up back to turn number 3, but they kept it straight. And here we go. And it's a fierce battle back to turn number 1. Bartlett on the inside. Skias trying to go lower. Bartlett inside of Fernsler. Skias inside of Gibble. Skias still going to try and get inside Bartlett. They'll race 3 wide back to 1 and 2. And Gibble got the roll end of that deal at the top of turns 3 and 4. He falls all the way back to the 8th spot. And he'll try to regroup from there as Nick Skias has worked back to the 2nd position. But Mike Kreiser's still out in front, but maybe not for much longer. That 88 car is coming at the exit of turn number 2. They'll run nose to tail back to turn number 3. Kreiser going to run the high line. Skias going to run the bottom, and they'll run side by side under the flag stand. Great pull off turn number 4 from car number 88, and he'll get through to the race lead through turns 1 and 2. Give it to Nick Skias. So he takes over the top spot. Kreiser falls into 2nd. It's Fernsler 3rd over Bartlett, and then a side-by-side battle for 5th between Walker and Hartman back to 1 and 2. Looks like Hartman's going to clear for that 5th spot, but Walker going to get back under him after Hartman washed up just a little bit. Back through 3 and 4. Here comes the battle for the third. Go to Bartlett. Have a look in. Fernsler through 2. Bartlett on the inside. Fernsler number 2. Nate Gibble's car has come to a stop. Like bring in the air. Gibble going to try and make some move high side. I get a Hartman to this back to it's Hartman. Spin the corner. Side bobbled a little bit, got up into Walker. There was contact, and Walker spinning around. Putting on caution. Lights are out. Still going to have 2 laps to go here. Going to be a green-white checkered restart. Same restart order as before, minus Walker, who's now in the 8th position. Here we go. Green flag back in the air. And once again, Skias gets away nicely back to 3 and 4. He's going to gap by about 3 car lengths, make it 4 car lengths off the turn number 1. Matt Fernsler's going to have a shot to look inside Mike Kreiser back to 1 and 2, and he'll do just that. They'll race side by side down the back stretch off the turn number 3 and give it to Fernsler on the inside of 3 and 4. Well, not quite yet. Kreiser going to make some good momentum off the top side. They'll continue to race side by side back to turn number 1 as they take the white flag. Nick Skias has checked out. He's going to come by to win heat race number 3 in the Mount Gretna Roller. 70. Nate Gibble goes sliding further back. And comes home second. Kreiser, Scott Gingrich, Florida Bartlett's going to round out your top 5. Gibble did hang on for the 6th spot. Richie Hartman in 7th. And Chase Walker rounds out your 8 finishers for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270 heat race number 3. Before the modified heat races, we're going to have our first consi of the evening, the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s, and 4 will qualify from a 14-car consi. 14 cars slated to start. Only the top 4 going to qualify through to the main event. We'll give you the lineup here in just a second as they get ready to take to the racetrack. Okay, here we go. 14 cars slated to start. They'll go off like this. Tyler Henry going to start from pole position. Fred Heinley on his outside. That'll make up row number 1. Be Hunter McFadden and Sean Dove on row 2. Brett Conkling, Garrett Smith on row 3. Logan Rode, Rodney Westafer on row 4. Ben Ernst and Joe Timmons on row 5. Randy Kunkel Jr. and Dylan Schatzer going to start from the 6th row. No Zach Light, no Corey Seacrest. And here we go. Green flag in the air. 12 cars. Top 4 transfer. And we've already got contact back to 3 and 4. One car sent it in there on the inside. That was Conkling. But everyone keeps it straight. Back to 1 and 2 they go. Henry gets away to the lead over Heinley. Dove runs in 3rd. McFadden holds down the 4th spot for the time being. He's got about 3 car lengths on Conkling. Back to 1 and 2. Rodney Westafer trying to have a look inside Conkling. Westafer came home 2nd earlier this season in the Wing 600 race, and now he's in transfer of not even transferring to the A main for the Wingless 600s. Meanwhile, here comes Fred Heinley to the inside of Tyler Henry. He's going to take over the race lead back to turns 1 and 2. So move last year's runner-up in points to the top spot. He's got about 2 car lengths on Henry. Sean Dove trying to hold off McFadden for 3rd, but they've got a nice gap build-up over Brett Conkling and Rodney Westafer. That battle for the 5th spot. Back to 3 and 4. That's 1 spot out of the transfer position. Garrett Smith and Joe Timmons running right there in that group as well. Gonna come back to see 3 laps to go for Fred. He's coming. Henry's got about 2 more. I think is Tyler Henry on Dove. In the air, the field had the wheel broke and he's going to get off. So tough for Schatzer, who was caught up in an incident in his heat race and now will not transfer through to the A main. Lights go out once again. Rodney Westafer was pressured for the 4th spot. Come back to the grill once again. 3 lap. And Westafer gets to the inside of McFadden as they come back to 3 and 4. They'll run side by side under the flag stand and give it to Westafer off to 1 and 2. So move Rodney Westafer into the last transfer spot. McFadden not going to give up, though, nor will Conkling, who runs in 6th. Battle's going to be on for 7th between Timmons and Garrett Smith, back to 1 and 2. Fred Heinley's gotten away by about 5 car lengths, back to 3 and 4. Tyler Henry's got another 2 on Sean Dove. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go in the Consi. Rodney Westafer hanging on to the 4th spot for now. McFadden may have a look at him, but I'm not sure he's going to have a chance to pounce as they come back to the final sets of corners. Checkered flag is in the air. Fred Heinley is going to take the win in the Consi and transfer. Tyler Henry comes home 2nd. Sean Dove comes home 3rd. Rodney Westafer in 4th. 600 to they're going to head home. Reminder is the first heat race for the $40 to win. And mission them in there as well. They must be in these heat race. Now, as we're to begin first heat race for the modified. Here we go. First heat race for the modified. It's Chad Kreiser. Riley is out. The Radwell format Yoder, Harry Bressler roll, and going to round out lineup for one. In the air, here we go off turn number 4. Hammel's going to get through the lead, and around in front of everybody goes Chad Kreiser. One car spinning off at the exit of turn number 2. That's Seth Chinook, who spun right into the pit exit. Don't think he hit anything, but he came to a stop there right at the exit of the racetrack. Tried once again here. Riley Hummel's going to take the outside line for this start. He's going to have Corey England in the Excel car on his inside. Bartek will start inside row 2 alongside Bewley. Here we go. Green flag comes back in the air. Top 6 transfer from each heat. Here we go. Back to turns 1 and 2. England on the inside. Hummel on the outside. That'll be the battle back to turns 1 and 2. They'll continue to race side by side. The exit of the corner, down the backstretch, and off to turn number 3. But Hummel's going to complete and get around on the outside. England will fall back into the second spot. Bartek's going to run third. Then here comes Thomas Pritchka up the middle between Bewley and Harris. That's the battle for the 4th spot, back to 3 and 4. They'll continue to race 3 wide. Pritchka, though, going to get around Harris and clear for that position. Ray Gradwell, first car on the outside, looking in. He'll race back to turn number 1 and 2 in the 7th spot alongside Gary Bressler. Riley Hummel, the one out in front. Corey England in second. We've got a caution. 1 car, 2 cars around. Ray Gradwell has gone for a spin in turn 4, and it looks like collected in that is as well was Gary Bressler. And there might be more to this. Not sure either driver was overly happy with each other after that incident, but they will get split apart and line back up to the tail of the pack. Still got a lot to race for here, running in 8th and 9th. They've got to get in the top 6 to transfer. 1 to go signal is given. Hummel and England on row 1. This time Hummel's going to take the inside. Bartek, Pritchka, row 2. Harris and Bewley, row 3. Kreiser, Gradwell, and Bressler round out. The 9 cars still running. Green flag back in the air. Good restart from Hummel. And Bartek's going to get past England back to 1 and 2. England going to try and cross him back over off the exit of turn 2. Back to 3 and 4. They'll come now. England on the inside. Bartek now on the preferred line on the high side. He will hang on to the second spot for the being. England will fall back. He's got pressure from Pritchka and Harris, who race side by side behind him. Ray Gradwell, meanwhile, having a look inside Josh Bewley. That for the 6th spot. Contact between those 2 cars, but they race side by side. Back to turn number 1 for the last spot in the main event. Meanwhile, Kenny Harris having a look inside Corey England, back to 3 and 4. That's the battle for the 3rd position as Hummel's gotten away nicely. Bartek's away by about 3 car lengths over that battle for the 3rd spot. Harris hugging right next to those tires, and we got contact. Ray Gradwell got together with Josh Bewley and then got a shot from Gary Bressler behind. That puts us under caution. Field will get doubled up. We are going to try it once again. 1 to go signal with 2 laps to go. Lineup is going to go like this. It'll be Hummel, Bartek, row 1. Hummel took the inside line. England, Pritchka, row 2. Harris and Bressler in row 3. Those are the cars in the transfer spots. Chad Kreiser starts inside row 4. He's the first car on the outside looking in. Then Bewley on the outside of row 4 with Gradwell bringing up the tail. Back to the turn 4 start line they come. Hummel fires away, and he's clear to the race lead, back to 1 and 2. Bartek going to try and get clear of England back to that corner as well, and he will. Front 3 get away. Battle's on for the 4th spot between Pritchka and Harris, and the battle's on for the 6th spot between Bewley and Bressler. Watch that with 1 lap to go. Bewley able to clear Bressler off turn number 4, but that battle may not be over yet. Bressler's going to need a big set of corners, though, as they come back to the checkered flag. Oh, contact between he and Pritchka, who got out of line. They'll come back to the checkered flag, and side by side for 6. Pritchka's going to hang on. That car had a bobble, and then he gave Bewley a shot coming through 1 and 2. He might be a little bit upset, but they will all advance. Riley Hummel takes the win in the heat race. Bartek comes home 2nd. England 3rd. Harris 4th. And then Bewley and Pritchka move on. Not sure those 2 are incredibly happy with each other, but they're both into the A main. Bressler, Gradwell, Kreiser all head to the Consi, along with Matt Yoder and Seth Chinook, who did not finish. All right, heat number 2 out on the racetrack. We'll do it once again. 11 cars. Lineup goes like this. Christian Anati, Austin Daniels in row 1. Ty Hope, Chris Smith on row 2. Tim Vital, Eric Hollenbach in row 3. Andy Ressler, Rob Baumgartner in row number 4. Jeremy Gistwhite and Chad Miller on row 5. And Matt Kiefert in the 91. They round out the 11 cars ready to rock. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with heat 2 for the Excel Tour Modifieds. Donati going to get away to the point. Hoke and Daniels going to race side by side for 2nd. Back off the turns 3 and 4. Chris Smith on the outside. Tim Vital on the inside for the 4th spot further back. And Hollenbach holds down the 6th spot as they come under the flag stand. Hollenbach going to try and send it in under Chris Smith, who's running that high line. 4 cars under a blanket there. between Vital, Hallenbach, and Smith. And now here comes Gistweit to the inside. They'll race 3 wide for the 5th spot, back to 1 and 2. Gistweit might have 4th by the exit of the corner, and he will. There might have been contact between he and Vital's up into the outside wall. That's going to bring out a caution. Vital kept it straight. One car spun further back. Rob Baumgartner went around. But there was contact at the exit of the corner between Gistweit and Vital's got a decent amount of body damage on that car. Maybe more. He will pull off at the exit of turn number 2. A lot of damage to that 89 car, despite keeping it straight. Jeremy Gistweit made a big move. They were 3 wide for 5th, back to 1 and 2, and then he sent it in on the inside of Vital for 4th as well. Got all the way up to the 4th spot, but not without a little bit of contact. One to go signal is given. Here we go once again. 2 down, 6 to go. Donati and Daniels on the front row. Green flag back in the air, back to 1 and 2. Donati gets away again. Once again, the battle's going to be for 2nd. Daniels on the outside, Hoke on the inside. They'll race through 3 and 4, side by side, right next to each other as they come onto the flag stand, continuing the battle. Gistweit continuing to run in 4th. Smith runs 5th. Hollenbach 6th. And then back to the side-by-side battle for 7th between Ressler and Kiefert. But that's 1 spot out of a transfer position for the time being. Donati's gotten away by a few car lengths, and around goes Chris Smith in turn 1, right in front of Andy Ressler, who was able to stay off him. But Smith's car goes around, and from the 5th position, he'll have to tag on to the back of the pack. Oh, we've got one car that lost a tire. The 04 of Jeremy Gistweit lost a left front tire. Once again, that loose wheel did not pick a fine time to leave Jeremy Gistweit. He had worked his way up from the 9th starting spot up to 4th, but the left front tire on that left front wheel on that car is no more, and he's going to get towed off. Came to a stop in turn 1 after losing it in 3 and 4. So that's going to move Eric Hollenbach up to the 4th position. Andy Ressler will be 4th, or Andy Ressler's going to be 5th on the inside of row number 3. And Matt Kiefert now is going to move to the final transfer spot in the 91. Chris Smith has a flat. He's going to pull off the exit of turn 2 as well. And just like that, we're down to 8 cars for 6 spots. With Gistweit, Smith, and Vital all out. Reminder, you've got till the end of this next heat race number 3, to get your Pick 3 contest picks in. Reminder to return them at general admission. You've got till the end of the next heat race to get them in. So if you haven't already, be sure to do it now. But in the meantime, we've got 4 laps down, 4 laps to go in this second heat race. Finally, go back sideways. Car he is out racing. Meanwhile, we've got contact racing for what was the last transfer spot. Chris Smith got to get we're going to have our 6 to transfer. With Eric Bach also falling out of the race. Shinanati, Ty Hoke, they start on 1. Austin Daniels and Andy Bressler start on row 2, and then and Miller on row 3, and they'll be the 6 that are going to transfer unless they can get Baumgartner's car pushed away, which they will. So hold that thought for the time being. 1 to go signal is given. Baumgartner is going to join back to the back of the field. He'll have 1 lap to see if he can get around either Kiefert or Miller, who are right in front of him. Going to be a green checkered finish, 1 lap shootout to end heat 2. Green flag and white flag in the air. Here they come, side by side under the flag stands Anati and Hoke is going to get away on the outside. Move that car to the race lead. Meanwhile, Kiefert having a look inside. He may get to 3rd by the time they get through 3 and 4. But coming out of turn number 4, a last lap pass is going to get Ty Hoke the win in heat race number 2 over Christian Donati. Austin Daniels, Andy Ressler, Matt Kiefert, and Chad Miller will move on. Rob Baumgartner is going to head to the Consi, as will Eric Hollenbach, Jeremy Gistweit, Chris Smith, and Tim Vidal, who all did not finish. This is a reminder to all fans, you have till the end of this heat race to get in your entry for the Pick 3 contest. The end of this heat race, you must have it in to general admission.
Starting heads up.
Going to come to the green. The lineup looks like this. There's Eric Whitby in row 1. Whoa, what happened there? Line was in turn. I get to turn on the gas. So let's try that again. All right. And and meanwhile, here's the between Whitby and Smith off the turn number 3. Smith on the side. Side, he's going to complete that. Go on by Smith. Back 1 or back 4. No race side by side off the exit of the corner with a little bit of contact. Right side of Whitby to left side of Smith. He's going to have it. Around goes Smith. Turn 2 and into the outside wall. Nearly goes at Hollenbach. He keeps it off. And we'll keep it rolling. Smith got taken away from him. He turned rear field. Eric Whitby going to elect the outside line for this restart. Jared Myers going to be on his inside. Then Matt Warner, Sam Chicatano in row 2. Mike McLaughlin in row 3. Ryan Blankenbiller, Ed Holland will start in row 4. Tiffany hits on Bear in row 5. And here we go. Green flag back in. It's not. Jared might have gone too early there. They're going to keep him green, though. Looked like Myers gave the spot back. So we'll stay green for the time being. Oh, Mike McLaughlin up on the outside wall, down the backstretch off the turn number 3. And he's going to come to a stop in turn number 3. That's going to put us under caution. Might be something broke in the back end, back suspension of that car after he got up and into the outside wall. So Bryce Smith out of the race. Mike McLaughlin will join him. We've got 9 cars, once again for 6 spots. Whitby Warner now on row 1.
This time off before the 88.
Eric Whitby once again on the inside line. Here they come, back to the green flag. Whitby and Warner race side by side off the turn number 1. And Warner's going to stay with him at the exit of the corner. They'll continue dead even down the backstretch off the turn number 3. But Whitby now on the middle. Looks like he's going to clear off turn number 4. Warner trying to make that high line work, but nothing doing there for the time being. And here comes Sam Chicatano to the party. He's up to the 3rd spot. And the front 3 will run nose to tail through turns 3 and 4. Jared Myers slots into the 4th spot. Ed Hollenbach is in 5th. Brian Blankenbiller in 6th by a car length over Joe Carter. Back to turn number 3 for the last transfer spot. Battle on for 2nd spot. Here comes Chicatano to the inside of Warner. They'll come under the twin sticks with 2 laps to go. Eric Whitby's gotten away by about 3 car lengths. And Chicatano's going to complete that pass off the exit of turn number 2. To the white flag, though, for Eric Whitby. 1 lap to go for him. Looks like he is going to be able, if he can hang on, to cruise home to the heat race victory. Battle's going to be on for that 6th spot. Joe Carter not letting Brian Blankenbiller get away, but he's going to need a big final set of corners. To the checkered flag comes Eric Whitby. Oh, there was contact between Blankenbiller and Carter, but nothing doing there. Carter tried to make something happen, but instead, when he made the contact, he nearly spun to the infield, and he'll have to settle for 7th and a spot in the Consi. So it's Eric Whitby, Sam Chicatano, Matt Warner, Jared Myers, Ed Hollenbach, Brian Blankenbiller. Your top 6, Joe Carter, 7th, Tiffany Hitzler, 8th, Ron Baer, Mike McLaughlin, and Bryce Smith, all going to head to the Consi. So we will have a Consi for the Chargers slated to go off, and then we'll have our first feature of the night, the wingless 600s, in action. Okay, we'll have 4 cars for this Consi. Sean Yeagley, Carol Walters on row 1. Lila Reagan, Chris Smith on row 2. And since the 0-1 of John Mann scratched, I think they're all going to transfer. And I think Carol Walters jumped the start there, so we're going to try it again. All right, we'll try it again here. 8 laps is what this Consi's slated to be, and this time, Sean Yeagley's going to fire off first, back to 3 and 4. Chris Smith, they had issues in the heat race, got that car repaired, and he's going to motor around to the outside and get through to second position. He may get through to the lead by the time they get off of 1 and 2, and he will. Yeagley is in second, then Walters third, and Reagan fourth. Again, though, we believe they'll all qualify because John Mann's was a scratch. But since I guess that's not official, we do still have to run this Consi. So, issue for Sean Yeagley. He fell back to the 3rd spot. Carol Walters able to get around him. But Chris Smith all alone out in front. Once again, no live timing for those of you watching at home on NRN Radio. But it's 4 cars right now in this Consi. Chris Smith out in front by more than a straightaway over Carol Walters in second. A couple more car links back to Sean Yeagley, and then Lila Reagan, another straightaway back in 4th position. Chris Smith making some good time up there. That car showed race. He's going to win that first heat race before he had his mechanical issue. So that car's got the speed. It's just a matter of will he be able to find his way through the field? I have to start most likely 15th in this Consi, or in the feature, I should say. First twin feature later on tonight. Side-by-side battle on for the 2nd spot. Carol Walters on the inside. Sean Yeagley on the outside. Ooh, there's contact through 1 and 2. Walters made right side contact with Yeagley and hangs on to the spot for the time being. With 2 laps to go, and Chris Smith, meanwhile, is going to try to put a lap on Lila Reagan. And come to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Chris Smith in this Consi. Sean Yeagley has gotten past Carol Walters for the 2nd spot, and looks like he'll be able to hang on to that position, barring any issue. Lila Reagan runs in 4th, a lap down. And through 3 and 4 to the checkered flag, Chris Smith is going to pick up the win in the Consi. He'll start likely in the 15th position for the feature. And Sean Yeagley will come home 2nd with Carol Walters 3rd and Lila Reagan in 4th. And again, we think they're all going to transfer because of the scratch, but in the meantime, they will get ready. They'll go back and see what happens. First of 2 12-lap Charger features to come, but first, the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600 main event about to take to the racetrack. And here we go, race fans, just about ready to go 25 laps in the wingless 600s. Okay, so the lineup for the wingless 600 feature, first of a doubleheader. The winged 600s will be up next. They'll go through their heat racing after intermission. Here's the lineup, though. Tommy Koonsman going to start from pole position. After a few weeks off from Linda's Speedway, he's back in the 34. Matt Warner will start to his outside. Gavin Bichelle, Jeremy Harshman will start in row 2. Pat Beeler, Nick Skias will start from row 3. PJ Williams and Brandon Heist will make up the 4th row. Heist won his heat race earlier in the evening. Mike Rutherford will start in the inside of row 5 with Jason Swavely, also a heat race winner, to his outside. Daniel Baer will start on the inside of row 6, and to his outside is going to be Ryan Kunkel. He won one of the other 4 heat races from the evening. And then the rest of the lineup goes off like this. Holden Ekman will start inside row 7 with Zach Beeler on his outside. Dakota Bartlett and Jackson White will start on row 8. Mason Beinhauer, Robert Pierce start in row 9. Richie Hartman and Logan Rumsey going to start from row 10. And then Fred Heinley, Tyler Henry, they will start in row 11. Those cars transfer through the Consi. Sean Dove, Rodney Westhaver start in row 12. Now, Robert Pierce did not come out for the feature, so that means we'll go to the first alternate, which is Hunter McFadden. So he will tack on to the back of the field. Pierce was slated to start 18th, so he is not going to be able to be out here for the wingless 600 feature, and everybody that was slated to start behind him will move up a spot. Race control working to get the lineup in order here. Further back as everyone tries to negotiate. Looks like the lineup is good. Okay, race fans, here we go. The onlyest winner this 600s that's in the field tonight is Logan Rumsey, and he starts 19th. So the odds are pretty good. We're going to see a new winner tonight. Will it be Tommy Koonsman, a familiar face, getting his first win at Linda's in 2021? Or what about Matt Warner? That car's run good all throughout the start of the season. He'll have a shot from the outside of row one. Gavin Bushell driving the car that won the National Open here last October, and Jeremy Harshman starting row two. Field to the green flag. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. First to 6 features on the evening is underway. And it's Matt Warner from the outside of the front row to get away to the point. Past Tommy Koonsman, back to turns 3 and 4. Harshman got through to the third spot. Pat Beeler was able to get inside Gavin Bushell for fourth. And now Bushell's got a battle side by side with Nick Skias back to turns 1 and 2. Skias going to complete that pass for the time being, as Bushell tries to make the high line work right in front of Jason Swavely. Swavely and Rutherford going to race side by side, back to 1 and 2, and Rutherford's going to have a look inside Bushell for 6th spot. Here comes Pat Beeler to the inside of Jeremy Harshman. Had to stand on the binders, though, and that stacked up Nick Skias behind him. Front two have gotten away. Matt Warner by about 2 car lengths over Tommy Koonsman at the exit of turn number 2. Warner from the outside of the front row got to the point, and 4 laps in the books. He's your leader. Koonsman's gapped Harshman by about 5 car lengths back to 1 and 2. Pat Beeler stalking right behind him. Back to another couple car lengths, and Nick Skias, 1 car, a little bit off the pace down the backstretch. I think that was Mason Beinhauer, but he keeps it straight. And meanwhile, here's the battle for the 3rd spot. Harshman on the outside, Beeler on the inside, and contact further back. Gavin Bushell goes around in front of the field. And it looks like a couple cars collected back there. That could have been a lot worse than it was. It was Bushell who spun first. Brandon Heist got collected. Zach Beeler is back there as well. He got spun around. Tyler Henry is spun around up to the outside wall, and Fred Heinley has come to a stop as well in the backstretch. Looks like 5 cars back there, in essence, came to a stop, but it all started when Gavin Bushell got turned sideways in front of the field. And it was a miracle that more cars didn't run into him, and that wasn't worse coming at the exit of turn 2. Thankfully, it wasn't. But it puts us under caution for the first time this evening with 5 laps in the books. Tyler Henry's got a left rear flat. His night is over. He'll pull back to the pit area. Looks like Gavin Bushell's night is going to be over as well. Tough break for that R7 car.
He said the 90.
Looks like the night is over for both Gavin Bushell and Brandon Heist. Heist entered the night second in points behind Richie Hartman in defense of his wingless 600 championship from a year ago, but this is going to take a blow to it. That car is going to get towed, looks like, off the racetrack, as will Gavin Bushell's R7 machine. So it'll be Matt Warner starting from the race lead. As mentioned, he got away from the outside of the front row off turn 4, clear Tommy Koonsman back to turn 1. Koonsman run second. Jeremy Harper. Matt Beeler's going to be 4th, and then Nick Skias rounds out your top 5. Mike Rutherford, Swavely, Ryan Kunkel, Richie Hartman, and or beg your pardon, that's PJ Williams, not Richie Hartman. PJ Williams in the 9th spot, and Jackson White running in 10th. PJ Williams and Richie Hartman have very similar looking cars. Hartman is running in the 13th position behind Dakota Bartlett and Logan Rumsey. Looks like they're going to get Gavin Bichelle's car loaded back on to the flatbed. Still under caution, but this caution period looks to be about concluded as they're going to take Gavin Bichelle's car off at the turn 3 exit. Okay, Mike Fry has got the 1-to-go signal in his hand. Matt Warner comes under the flag stand, and he leads Tommy Kunzman, Jeremy Harshman, Pat Beeler, and Nick Skias through 5 laps. Field will come back out the exit of turn number 2. They will reach the backstretch, and the backstretch start zone, and Matt Warner going to fire off there. Brings him down slowly. Kunzman, they've gone first, and they'll come back to 3 and 4, and looks like we're going to see the caution flag come out. They're going to just complete restart it here. I think there was maybe a little bit of blame to be placed around on both the front 2 there. Warner slowed down a little bit, but Kunzman jumped to his outside, and so they will remain 1-2, and we'll try it again, and hopefully cleaner this time. Back to turn 3. Warner leads him down again slowly. Kunzman gives him a shot, but stays behind him. Into 3 and 4 they go. Matt Warner out in front by about 2 car lengths back to 1 and 2. The battle's going to be on for the 3rd spot between Harshman, Beeler, and Skias. Nick Skias going to have a peek inside Pat Beeler as they run through turns 3 and 4. Skias showed a lot of speed in his heat race, was not able to get up and get the victory in it, but he's now up to the 4th position. That car has won twice this season with a wing on it. Atlanco is looking for its first win and its first wingless 600 appearance of the season at Linda's, and now he'll have a look inside Jeremy Harshman coming back to turns 3 and 4 for the 3rd position. Skias on the bottom side is making it work. He's under Harshman. He's through to the 3rd position, and he may have a look at Kunzman as they come off turn number 2. He will have a look at Kunzman as they come to turn number 3, but Kunzman slams the door shut, and he's going to hang on to the runner-up spot. Still 3 car lengths behind Matt Warner out in front. They'll run through turns 3 and 4. Matt Warner on the high side. Tommy Kunzman, Nick Skias running right next to the infield tires, and Kunzman is closing. The gap is down. Now almost to the back bumper is Tommy Koonsman. Back to turns 3 and 4. Warner sends it in on the high side. Gets away by a little bit, but Koonsman on the bottom side. He's making that work. As they come through 1 and 2, they'll be side by side for the race lead coming off the exit of the corner. Down the back stretch. Warner going to shut the door for the time being, but he'll continue to ride that middle line, and Koonsman's going to lead that lap. And he may clear back to turns 1 and 2, and he will. And he's not going to leave the door for Warner to get back under for a slide job, as we've got contact in turn 2. That started when I believe Pat Beeler and Jason Swavely got together, and then a couple cars piled in behind. Beeler and Swavely got tied up in turn 2, and there were 3 other cars collected. One of them is Richie Hartman. Jackson White in the 99 was in that as well, and PJ Williams was the other car collected, along with Hartman in turn 2, and we'll have to see what the damage is for them. With 12 laps in the books, but Tommy Koonsman is your race leader. Took it away from Matt Warner on the inside, and he's back to the point now. Looks like might have to bring the trailer out once again. Jason Swavely, Hartman both got fired away. He'll have Jackson White's car back on a hook, and it looks like Pat Beeler's car might go on the flatbed. Feinhauer, who's in 17th, runs in 9th. Cars still running are Rodney Westafer in 11th, Zach Beeler in 12th, Sean Dove in 13th, Hunter McFadden 14th, Daniel Baer 15th, Jason Swavely 16th, and Richie Hartman 17th. Everybody else is out of the race for this Wingless 600 event, and a decent amount of them were all supposed to race in the Wing 600 race later tonight as well, so they'll have to see if they can get those cars repaired and back out there. They'll go through their whole warm-up seat races and feature after the Charger feature and after intermission. But here we go. 1 to go. Signal is given. 12 down, 13 to go, and it's Tommy Koonsman out in front. Matt Warner second. Nick Skias third. Keep an eye on him. That car's showing a lot of speed coming up through the pack. Jeremy Harshman is fourth. And don't count out Mike Rutherford either. Green flag back in the air. Back to turns 3 and 4. Koonsman hangs on to the front spot. Nick Skias had a look inside Matt Warner for second, but Warner shuts the door through 1 and 2. Top 3 all under a blanket. Back to 3 and 4. Here comes Mike Rutherford with a look inside of Jeremy Harshman for the 4th spot. That'll be the battle as the front 3 run nose to tail right next to the infield tires on the inside of turns 1 and 2 and on the inside of turns 3 and 4. Rutherford side by side on the inside. Looks like he'll complete that pass on Harshman. Back to 1 and 2 and open the door now for Ryan Kunkel to try and get through as well. Meanwhile, here comes Nick Skias. Had a look inside Matt Warner off the turn number 3, but that's all it was. Warner shuts the door and hangs on to the runner-up position with 10 to go. Meanwhile, Ryan Kunkel having a look inside Jeremy Harshman, who right now is getting freight trained on the high side. Pretty much the entire rest of the field running right on the bottom. But Harshman trying to make that top line work. He and Kunkel continue to race side by side for the 5th spot. And Tommy Kunzman has gotten away now by about 4 car lengths, back to 3 and 4 over Warner and Skias, 2nd and 3rd. It's Tommy Kunzman, though, out in front. That battle continues on. Ryan Kunkel's completed the pass on Jeremy Harshman for 5th. And Harshman now gonna bounce up the racetrack through 3 and 4 and open the door for Logan Rumsey to get through to the 6th spot. Move car number 41 into the top half dozen. But Tommy Kunzman has gotten away now by a comfortable half dozen car lengths back under the flag stand with 6 to go. Nick Skias not able to get past Matt Warner for the time being on the bottom line. That is the way to go right now, and it's hard to pass down there. 5 laps to go. Kunzman continues to get away. Gap is up to 1.2 seconds coming back to turns 3 and 4. Lap traffic will not be an issue. The last thing Tommy Kunzman wants to see now is a caution. 4 laps to go. Daniel Bear pulls to the infield. His night is over, but he gets out of harm's way. 3 laps to go for Tommy Kunzman. The gap continues to grow. Nick Skias not able to mount too much of a challenge on Matt Warner for the time being. Rutherford not able to mount a challenge on Skias for 3rd. Back to the Twin Sticks. Tommy Kunzman, 2 laps to go. It's been running a 360 sprint car a lot of this season. Hasn't been racing at Linda's as much in 2021. But to the white flag, looking for win number 1. At the Jonestown quarter-mile oval, Tommy Kunzman down the backstretch for the final time. And through turns 3 and 4, lost the lead on the initial start, but took it back and takes the twin checkers. Tommy Kunzman is your winner in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600 feature. Matt Warner hangs on for 2nd, Nick Skias in 3rd, Mike Rutherford, Ryan Kunkel round out your top 5, with Logan Rumsey, Zach Beeler, Jeremy Harshman, Mason Beinauer, and Dakota Bartlett completing your top 10. But Tommy Kunzman is going to return to a familiar place, victory lane, at Linda's Speedway. It's been a little while, but for the first time in 2021, Tommy Kunzman makes a trip to Saito Hyundai Victory Lane as your winner of the Wingless 600. Tommy taught me through it. That initial, you were able to stay true to the bottom side, and you got around him. Taught me through that. Taught me how disciplined you had to be to run the bottom and how you held on through those restarts at the end.
Yeah, you know, I knew that the initial start was going to be tricky. I knew the top was where you wanted to be in the beginning of the race, but I thought I was going to rub her up there, but it actually ended up just slicking off really bad. And, you know, I had someone peek the inside of me, and I tried it, and, you know, I started sticking, and I knew I got to him. It's nice coming, kind of doing the same thing that we do in our car.
Tommy, who do you got to thank for this victory?
First and foremost, I got to thank John. It's his car. You know, all his sponsors, everyone that helps him out. You know, I got to thank my dad. Zach came out with us tonight to help. You know, just everyone that helps out John, and I'm glad I could be here with him.
All right, well, congratulations on the victory, Tommy. I'm going to have you pull the 50-50 ticket. Right. Get. Move down just a little bit here. Is 129457. 1294. I'll get him to take. All right. I'll give him back. Sounds good. Once again, for $163, the winning 50-50 ticket is 129457. 129457. If that's your winning ticket, come up either here to the tower or out back to claim your prize. Okay, so we have the first of two 12-lap features for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers coming up next. We'll introduce you to the lineup here in just a second. 18 cars strong, ready to rock. All right, here we go. Lineup goes off like this. One notable omission from this field, the point leader, Troy Hostetter. The issues that he had in his heat race, not able to be resolved. That engine grenaded. His night is over. He was the car that scratched, so he will not be part of this 18-car main event. Who will be a part of it, though, is Justin Regal, who will start from pole position, Josh Michael on his outside. John Mans will start this race from the inside of row number 2 in the 01M, with Francis Gross III on his outside. Darrell Wagner and Haley Smith will start in row 3, Dale Kreiser, Chucky Kimmel in row 4, Ed Hollenbach, Shane Flaherty, row 5, Sam Yeagley, Chris McCarr, row 6, Ronnie Rhodes and Cheyenne Kreiser start in row 7, Chris Smith, Sean Yeagley, they'll start on row 8, Carol Walters, Lila Reagan, they will start on row 9, 18 cars, 12 laps. Here we go. First feature of the night for the Chargers. Ready to go green. Justin Regal and Josh Michael lead them down 12 laps. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. Josh Michael's going to get away to the race lead from the outside pole, and a big move 3 wide by Dale Kreiser to get through to the 5th spot from the inside of row 4. Front 5 have all gotten away. It's Michael, Regal, Gross, Mans, and Kreiser, with Ed Hollenbach trying to join the party, and Chucky Kimmel, Shane Flaherty not far behind them. Dale Kreiser's gotten under John Mans for the 4th spot. Looks like Ed Hollenbach's going to follow through. Chucky Kimmel's going to try to do the same. Back to turns 3 and 4. Kreiser, though, looks like he's got the car that's on rails for the time being. Back to 1 and 2. He'll work to the inside of Francis Gross. Gross tries to have a look to the inside of Regal for 2nd spot. Everybody retains where they were running. Front 4 make it front 5 nearly now, all nose to tail. Meanwhile, further back, 3 wide battle. Shane Flaherty up the middle, past Chucky Kimmel and past John Mans into the 6th spot. Meanwhile, side by side, there was contact between Dale Kreiser and Francis Gross. That's going to allow Ed Hollenbach to get through at the exit of turn number 2 to the 4th spot as Kreiser slots back into 5th. 4 laps down, 8 laps to go. Josh Michael with a 2-car length lead over Justin Regal. Back to turn number 3. 1 car sliding through turns 3 and 4. It's Carol Walters. She'll keep it straight. Will stay green. Front 3 remain the same. Front 5 remain the same, but they're all under a blanket and working through lap traffic back to 1 and 2. Ooh, nearly contact between Regal and Gross. And meanwhile, side by side, here comes Dale Kreiser around the outside of everybody, using the lap traffic to his advantage to get from 5th to 2nd at the exit of turn number 4. He got around Ed Hollenbach and Francis Gross through lap traffic, then used the momentum to get past Justin Regal, and around goes the race leader, Josh Michael, trying to work inside Cheyenne Kreiser at the exit of turn 2. Michael overcooked it just a little bit, and around he goes, and just like that, Dale Kreiser is going to be the new race leader. He was 5th a lap ago, and now he's going to be the leader. Some big moves through lap traffic have put that car out in front. Halfway home through this first Twin Charger feature, 6 laps in the books, 6 laps to go. Dale Kreiser is your race leader. Justin Regal is going to line up 2nd. Francis Gross III will line up in 3rd, with Ed Hollenbach and Shane Flaherty completing your top 5. Field looks like it'll get the 1 to go signal next time by. Dale Kreiser made some great moves to get to the lead, but the question is, what happens now that he's out in front, and can he get through lap traffic if they reach it again with 6 laps remaining? That'll be the question. Lights are out. Here we go. 6 laps to go. Dale Kreiser, Justin Regal, Francis Gross, Ed Hollenbach, Shane Flaherty, your top 5. Then Kimmel, Mans, Yeagley, Wagner, and Smith, your top 10. As the green flag waves, 6 laps to go. Does anybody have anything for Dale Kreiser? He's gotten away by about 3 car lengths. Battle for second goes nose to tail, back to 1 and 2. Justin Regal, Francis Gross. Ed Hollenbach and Shane Flaherty not letting either driver get away. Back to turns 3 and 4, but Kreiser's checked out to a 5 car length advantage under the flag stand with 5 laps to go. Here comes Gross. He'll have a look to the inside of Regal at the exit of turn number 2. They're going to race side by side down the backstretch and off to turn number 3. Regal on the high side, Gross on the bottom side. Don't count out Ed Hollenbach as well. One car goes way high further back. It was John Mans, but he keeps it straight. In the meantime, that battle for second is fierce. Coming back to 3 laps to go. It's 4 cars for the second spot. Regal and Flaherty on the outside. Gross and Hollenbach on the inside. Flaherty's through to the 4th spot. That car has a lot of speed. He can get through to second. Keep an eye out. But he gets a little bit high off the exit of turn 2. And in the meantime, Dale Kreiser has checked out. He's put the front stretch on that battle for second. There was contact between Gross and Regal at the exit of turn 2. That's going to open the door for Hollenbach to get through to the 3rd spot. Flaherty may get through to 4th. And in the meantime, Dale Kreiser is going to come out of turn number 4 and see the white flag. 1 lap to go. And as long as this thing stays green, he's in good shape. The battle is hot and heavy for second. It is 5 cars under a blanket for the runner-up spot, but to the twin checkers, Dale Kreiser is going to win the first twin charger feature of the evening. Regal's going to come home second. Too close to call for third between Hollenbach and Flaherty. Gross is going to round out the top 5 with Chucky Kimmel coming home in the 6th spot. Looks like Ed Hollenbach did get that 3rd spot over Flaherty for rounding out the podium, but the winner is Dale Kreiser. We'll get a word with him next. Well, Dale Kreiser joins the party and comes to Seidel Hyundai Victory Lane for the first time in 2021. Dale, congratulations. And walk me through that one, because that was pretty wild. First on that initial start, you get through 3 wide on the inside to 5th. You're racing Ed there for that 4th position. And then through lap traffic, it's like the seas parted.
Well, they guys got tangled up down there with a slow car, and we were just fortunate enough to be in the high side and pass a few of them, and then the leader there kind of spun. It's a shame. I mean, he was running good, but yeah, the car worked good tonight. I got to thank the whole team. Prayers for my owner, Charlie. He's still suffering from COVID. He's doing better. He's at least home, so if you keep him in your prayers, I'd appreciate it.
Well, we send our thoughts and prayers to Charlie, and I'll tell you, these cars have been quick all season. You've been quick all season. What does it mean to get to Victory Lane for the first time, finally?
Well, it's a long time. It's a drought for me. I mean, we've been racing. This is 31 years I've been racing, and this is our last year, so it's kind of nice to get a win in, and but I just want to praise the Lord for a good run.
Well, hey, first of many, maybe first of many tonight. We'll have to see. Congratulations, Dale Kreiser, your winner. And Dale Kreiser pulled 8 as the inversion pill for the next feature, so that'll be worth bearing in mind for the next Twin 12 Charger feature. We're going to go into a short intermission period now, so we'll have a little bit of time to, the track crew's going to water the racetrack and try to get it into optimal racing edition for the 4 features that remain tonight, including the full slate of racing for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s. So we'll be back in just a few moments. And we would like to wish tonight a very special happy 16th anniversary to Christian and Vanessa Balliot. Their 16th anniversary is today. We'd like to wish them a very happy anniversary. Yes, the 16th anniversary for Christian and Vanessa Bryant. Hope you guys have had a good evening. Good run for Francis Gross earlier tonight in that 09 ride. We'll have to see what happens throughout the second Charger feature. Have about 5 more minutes for intermission, and then we will get to the remainder of racing for the evening. 5 more minutes or so, and then we'll get back to racing for the remainder of the evening. Just about ready for the Consi for the Excel Modified Tour race here, and we'll have 14 cars, which means 6 will transfer. It'll be 10 laps in distance. All right, here we go. Ready to start the Consi for the Modifieds. It's going to go off like this. Jerry Bressler going to start from row number 1 on the pole position alongside a Rob Baumgartner in car number 19. Joe Carter will start in row 2 with Ray Gradwell on his outside. Eric Hollenbach and Tiffany Hitzler will start on row 3. Chad Kreiser, Jeremy Gistweit will start in row 4. Ron Baer, Matt Yoder will be in row 5. Chris Smith, Mike McLaughlin, row 6. Session Oak, Tim Vidal, row 7. Bryce Smith in row 8, starting 15th. Top 6 transfer, 10 laps to the start line in turn 4. We're underway with the modified Consi, and through the middle comes Ray Gradwell, 3 wide through the middle. He's going to get to the second spot as they come off of turn number 2. Battle's going to be on for the 3rd position. Baumgartner throws it in there, and there was contact as he tried to throw it in on the inside of Joe Carter. Somehow Chad Kreiser slid to a stop without hitting him. That was close. And 2 cars spun around further behind. Tim Vidal was one of them. Bryce Smith was the other. And everybody gets fired away without too much damage. Field will get doubled back up. It'll be a complete restart, and Jerry Bressler going to start on the front row once again. This time with Joe Carter on his outside. Ray Gradwell, Eric Hollenbach will start on row number 2. Tiffany Hitzler and Jeremy Gistweit are the 6 cars in right now as we take the green flag once again, and once again Bressler gets away to the point. Gradwell is going to come to the inside of Carter. He may have a look inside. Bressler won't do it though. The exit of turn 2, he and Carter are going to race side by side for the second spot off the turn 3 and give it to Gradwell on the high side. Eric Hollenbach going to get through to the 3rd position, and side by side the battle's going to be on. Ooh, contact between Hitzler and Carter under the flag stand, but they keep it straight. Joe Carter though falling back through the field. Jeremy Gistweit gets inside of him as well. Move that 0-4 car up to the 5th position, and we've got a caution. Tim Vidal's around on the back straightaway. Looks like a solo spin for car number 89, and he will get fired away once again and tack on to the tail of the pack. Goes back to the last completed lap, so Joe Carter will get his spot back in 5th, which means he'll start on the inside of row number 3. Jerry Bressler, Ray Gradwell will be on row 1. Eric Hollenbach, Tiffany Hitzler on row number 2. With Carter and Gistweit on row 3. They're the ones in the transfer spots. Matt Yoder, Mike McLaughlin, the first 2 on the outside looking in. Here they come to the start line in turn 4. Green flag is in the air. Oh, and around goes Carter off the front bumper of Yoder. That's going to put us under caution. So Carter will go to the tail, and Yoder will go to the tail for sending him. And Carter shows his displeasure on the way by, but they'll both re-tack on to the tail of the field and try once again here. The front bumper on that 5 car is no longer on there, at least not the body piece inside of the front bumper came off in that incident. The bumper's still there, though. So aside from that little cosmetic damage, Yoder's car is fine. The bigger problem is he's got a lot of cars to pass and not a lot of time to do it. We'll go single file this time. Jerry Bressler will start from the front spot with Ray Gradwell, Eric Hollenbach, Tiffany Hitzler, Jeremy Gistwhite, and Mike McLaughlin. The car is in the transfer spot for the time being. Seth Chinook is the first car on the outside looking in car number 5 with Chris Smith, Ron Baer, and Chad Kreiser completing your top 10. And here we go. Green flag back in the air. Much cleaner start that time. Back to 1 and 2. Side by side, Eric Hollenbach having a look inside Ray Gradwell, who's trying to make time on that high side through turns 3 and 4. They'll race under the flag stand back to 1 and 2. That'll be the battle for the second spot. Jeremy Gistwhite trying to heat up Tiffany Hitzler for 4th. Well, both cars in position. Meanwhile, Seth Chinook did get past Mike McLaughlin for the 6th and final transfer spot, so McLaughlin going to have to try and come back on him. And around goes Tim Vidal. Tim Vidal will pull to the pit area and become the first retiree from this Consi with 3 laps down, 7 to go.
We're going this time off of 4.
Phil gets doubled up. It will be a double file restart this time. They'll go off 4. Bressler takes the bottom line. And Bressler going to fire away at this as they come through the start zone. He'll hold off Ray Gradwell back to turn number 1, but Gradwell continuing to try and make that high line work. Ian Hollenbach going to once again race side by side back to turn number 3. Hollenbach on the inside, Gradwell on the outside. Bressler follows him up there now. He'll run that high line through turns 1 and 2. Jeremy Gistwhite's up to the 4th spot with Hitzler in 5th and Chinook in 6th. Chris Smith, the first car on the outside looking in, with Bryce Smith behind him. Halfway home in this Consi, and it's about to become perhaps a 3-car battle for the lead. Oh, around goes Gistwhite, and he collected Hitzler, who collected Chinook, and a couple other cars involved as well. Rob Baumgartner's gone around, and Chad Kreiser slid in as well. That all started when Gistwhite went around, and Hitzler tried to get by on the bottom, got clipped in the right rear, spun up the track, and collected Chinook, and that's going to shuffle things up even more. 4th, 5th, and 6th, all involved in that incident, and so that's going to move Chris Smith to the 4th spot, Bryce Smith to the 5th spot, and Mike McLaughlin to the 6th spot, with Matt Yoder, who just had to go to the back a couple laps ago, now in 7th, the first car on the outside looking in, with Joe Carter, who was the other driver in that incident, on his outside. They're going to go right here, come into turns 3 and 4. Jerry Bressler is going to lead him down to the green flag. Here we go again. Didn't get quite as good of a start that time. Gradwell stays with him back to 1 and 2. And he's going to complete that pass off the exit of turn number 2. Give the race lead to Ray Gradwell in the Consi. Eric Hollenbach going to try and follow through on the inside. And meanwhile, the battle's going to be hot and heavy for the transfer spot as Chris Smith and Bryce Smith get away to 5th. One car at Chinook up in smoke in turns 1 and 2. That car is dropping fluid, and he got caught up in his own fluid there and spun around in turns 1 and 2. Tough break for car number 5 and Seth Chinook. That'll be the end of the race for Chinook. They're going to put a little bit of speedy dry down in turns 1 and 2, and that's why we're not going double file just yet. We'll try to work in a little bit of that speedy dry that was put over that fluid through turns 1 and 2. Now they will get doubled up. Ray Gradwell will take the outside line, so Eric Hollenbach will start from the inside, but Gradwell will be the control car for the start. It'll be Bressler and Smith in row 2. Chris Smith, I should clarify. Bryce Smith and Mike McLaughlin in row 3. They're in. Trent Yoder is out, as is Joe Carter. They're the first two on the outside looking in. They'll start in row 4. Jeremy Gistwhite, Tiffany Hitzler start in row 5. And then it's Rob Baumgartner, Chad Kreiser, and Ron Baird to round out the 13 cars. Still running. 4 laps to go in the Conti. We're back underway. And nearly 4 wide off the turn number 1. That was Yoder making the big-time move on the inside. Matt Yoder trying to make something happen with Joe Carter as well. They both got to the inside of McLaughlin and the outside of Bryce Smith. And further back, one car goes sliding sideways. It's Rob Baumgartner, but he keeps it straight. But back to see, we got trouble. Around goes Bryce Smith, and Gistwhite was collected in that as well. So too was Chad Kreiser. Not sure if there was contact between Gistwhite and Smith, but they both went around in turn 2, and Bryce Smith got a little bit of contact from Chad Kreiser. And that puts us back under the yellow flag with 3 to go. Gistwhite's going to pull off. His evening is going to be over. Will be a single file restart, and Ray Gradwell going to start from the point. Eric Hollenbach in second. Bressler third. Smith, Chris Smith in fourth. Yoder fifth. Carter sixth. Those cars are in. McLaughlin, Hitzler, Baumgartner, Bear, and Kreiser are all still out. There won't be room for everybody in the main event. But with 3 laps to go, who transfers? And who can get by on a single file restart? Ray Gradwell going to lead him down. 3 laps to go. A little bit of a stack up, but everybody keeps it straight off turn 4 and back to turns 1 and 2. Big move on the inside by Baumgartner. Meanwhile, Mike McLaughlin's going to get around Joe Carter on the outside to get a transfer spot. He'll have to hold on to it now. Whoa! Rob Baumgartner just sent it in there and dumped Matt Yoder.
Caution, guys. Caution, caution.
That's going to be the end of the night for Matt Yoder, and that was, I'll say, a very bold move. Yeah, thanks, Tim. Bold move by Rob Baumgartner into turns 3 and 4. And Yoder's going to let him know about it. And that'll be that. And Tiffany Hitzler was collected in that as well. She'll tack onto the back of the pack. And since Bob Gunner caused that incident that ended the night for Matt Yoder, his night's going to be over as well. So we will have 2 laps to go and 9 cars left with 6 to transfer. Single file restart. It'll be Gradwell, Hollenbach, Bressler, Smith, Carter, McLaughlin. They're in. Kreiser, Bear, Hitzler are out. Here we go. Ray Gradwell going to lead him down. Green flag is back in the air. Still have 3 cars left. Joe Carter to the inside of Jerry Bressler. That for the 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Hollenbach's going to have a look inside of Ray Gradwell. That going to be for the race lead. Back to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Gradwell hangs on. It's Gradwell, Hollenbach, Bressler, Carter, Smith, and here's the battle for the transfer spot. Chad Kreiser has it. Mike McLaughlin wants it. Back to the checkered flag. Ray Gradwell is going to hang on to win the Consi, and meanwhile, Kreiser is going to hang on by the skin of his teeth to that last transfer spot. So Ray Gradwell, Eric Hollenbach, Jerry Bressler, Joe Carter, Chris Smith, Chad Kreiser advance. Mike McLaughlin, Tiffany Hitzler, Ron Baer will not head to the A-Main. Their nights are over, along with Rob Baumgartner, Matt Yoder, Bryce Smith, Jeremy Gistwaite, Seth Chinook, and Tim Vidal. They all go home, but the top 6 advance. So next up, we'll go into hot laps for the winged 600s. They will get some track time here. 29 of them here. At least that was how many were slated to be here. We'll have to see. There were a couple that double dipped in both winged and wingless, and some got some damage. So we'll have to see if they can all come back out. But those that can, we'll take to the racetrack right now. After that, we'll have the feature for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. They will come after these hot laps. Then we'll have heat races for the Wing 600s, followed by the feature for the Excel Modified Tour. We'll have the Consi for the Wing 600s if necessary, and then we'll finish off the night with the second of the Twin 12 Charger features. And then we'll finish the night with the Winged 600 A-Main. First hot lap group is on track right now for the Winged 600s. They'll be split into groups of about 3, or I should say 3 groups of about 9 or 10. Our scoring monitor up here said that Jesse Maurer ran a 3.68 second lap. I can guarantee you that did not happen. So maybe a little issue with the scoring transponder on his car. Of the times that we can decipher, Zach Light was quickest, 12.596 second lap time for him. Mike Rutherford was second quickest. Jackson White rounds out the top three. Second group is on track now. Checkered flag waves on the second group of hot laps for the 600s, and we've got a new quick timer, Jeremy Harshman, 12.569 second lap time for him, is quickest of anybody. Nick Ski is the second, 12.575 second lap for him. Rodney Westay for Zach Light, and Mike Rutherford complete your top five, with one more group of hot laps still to come. So should be the final group of hot laps for the 600s on track now, and then we'll get into the feature for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Jeremy Harshman will end with the quick time in the Wing 600s, and with that, we are just about ready for feature time for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Okay, here we go. Feature time for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Field is going to go off like this. It'll be Trent Eberhardt starting from pole position. Matt Fernsler will be on his outside. Then you'll have Scott Gingrich and Mike Boyer, who won his heat race from earlier in the evening, starting on the outside of row 2. Dan Boyer, Mike Kreiser will start in row 3. Ben Stolz, Brittany Zeller start on row 4. Brian Heist in the number 11 and Nick Skias, who won his heat early in the night, in the number 88, will start in row 5. Jason Swavely and Pete Skias going for win number 4 on the season. You'll have to come from 12th to do it. Rest of the lineup will go off like this. Brandon Kressler in the 42 will start on the inside of row 7. Landon Hostler in the 15H will be on his outside. Dakota Bartlett and Christy Swigert start in row number 8. Ashley Pignoli, Nate Gibble, they will line up on row 9. Richie Hartman, Chase Walker will start on row 10. On the inside of row 11 will be Noah Murkey, and to his outside, Brandon Heist in the 55. He'll be on row 11. Austin Miskowski in the 39, and Andrea Matter Martin in the 24. She'll start 24th. And with that, we have your field for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s 25-lap feature. No Noah Murkey in the 18. He was slated to start 21st, but he is not out there, so that means we'll have 23 cars ready to rock. Trent Eberhardt, Matt Fernsler on the front row. We'll have to see what plays out now. Pete Skias has won 3 times this season. Nunzi Allegrucci, Mike Rutherford each have one apiece, but neither of those two are in the field tonight. So will we see a new winner? Let's see. Trent Eberhardt fires away, and we're underway with the 270 feature. Jam up further back, but everybody keeps it straight. And to the race lead goes Mike Boyer from the outside of row 2. He's your leader back to turn number 3. Past Trent Eberhardt, who got to second. Fernsler in third. Gingrich in fourth. And Mike Kreiser rounding out your top 5. Andrea Matter Martin's car is way off the pace. She's going to go a lap down to the race leader, the defending champ Mike Boyer. Ooh, Fernsler and Eberhardt going to split her off the exit of turn number 2, and that's going to allow Fernsler to get through to the second position. Mike Boyer has set sail out in front of the field by nearly 3/4 of a straightaway over Matt Fernsler, back to complete the 4th lap. It's Boyer in first, then Fernsler, Eberhardt, Gingrich, and Nick Skias up to the 5th spot now. Jason Swavely runs 6th, Pete Skias runs 7th, Mike Kreiser, Dan Boyer, Landon Hostler. They round out your top 10. Mike Boyer, though, has put that car in the wind. Nearly a straightaway over Matt Fernsler. And Nick Skias now going to try and apply the pressure on Trent Eberhardt for the 4th position. They'll split the lap car of Matter Martin, and he will complete that pass off the turn number 1. Move car number 88 up to position number 4. He'll try to run down Scott Gingrich, who is trying to run down Matt Fernsler for second at the exit of turn 4. Meanwhile, Mike Boyer starting to get into some heavy-duty lap traffic now. He's gotten around the outside of Ashley Pignoli, and in the meantime, Scott Gingrich powers to the inside of Matt Fernsler at the exit of turn number 2, and he's through to second position. Boyer has lap cars side by side in front of him, Austin Miskowski and Christy Swigert. Back to turns 3 and 4. Boyer's going to get under Miskowski and now try to go to work on the outside of Swigert. Back to turn number 1. Oh, there's contact right inside of the leader, and up and over goes Miskowski, who was trying to come back on the inside of Christy Swigert, right as Mike Boyer was on the outside of her. Under the red flag with 10 laps in the books. Looks like they'll push Austin Miskowski's car back to the pit area. Appears the driver is okay, but that car went for a bit of a flip at the exit of turn number 2. Good to see he's all right, but his night is over. And Mike Kreiser also spun around there in turn 4. Not sure if that was before or after the caution, but either way, he gets fired away, as do the rest of the field. And that's going to erase a 2-second lead for Mike Boyer over Scott Gingrich, who was running second. Nick Skias had worked his way to third. Matt Ferns or Jason Swavely complete your top 5 now, with Pete Skias running 6th, Dan Boyer 7th, Ben Stoles, Richie Hartman, Brian Heist, your top 10. So 10 laps down, 15 laps to go, and we will re-rack them here. Mike Boyer is going to be your race leader. Scott Gingrich will be second. Then Nick Skias, Matt Fernsler, and Jason Swavely, your top 5. Pete Skias will run 6th. Dan Boyer will run 7th. Ben Stoles is going to be 8th. And then Richie Hartman, who started this race 19th, is up to the 9th spot. Brian Heist will complete your top 10. Field is just about lined up here. Lights are out. 1 to go signal is given. 10 down, 15 to go. Mike Boyer, Scott Gingrich, Nick Skias, Matt Fernsler, Jason Swavely, all looking for win number 1 at Linda's this season. Green flag is back in the air, and we're back underway. Back to turn 3. Battle's going to be on for the 4th spot at the exit of turn 2, side by side. Matt Fernsler on the outside, Jason Swavely on the inside. They'll continue to battle side by side as Christy Swiggert's car is off the pace. She'll pull back to the pit area. Her night is going to be over. They will lap past Andrea Matter-Martin once again, back through turns 3 and 4 and back to turn 1. Ooh, Pete Skias gets through on the inside just barely. And meanwhile, halfway home, Mike Boyer continues to hold about a 3-car length lead over Scott Gingrich, but he's not getting away from that 8 car, and Nick Skias isn't letting him out of his grasp either. Back to 3 and 4. Those front 3 have broken away pretty nicely from Jason Swavely in 4th spot, but Gingrich is closing just a little bit on the bottom side. Mike Boyer running closer to the middle line, while Gingrich is hugging right next to those infield tires and making some time down there off turn 4. Gap is closing about a 1/10 of a second a lap with 10 to go. But catching is one thing, passing is another. They'll go around the lap car once again, and Boyer and Gingrich both get by. Nick Skias not going away either, but it may be a 3-car battle for the win without any yellows. Skias is making the inroads right now. He's closed in nearly to the back bumper of Gingrich as they come off to the backstretch, and the leaders will get to lap traffic. They'll get to Ashley Pignoli first with 7 laps to go. Then Mike Kreiser in the 52. Going to be another lap or two before they get to him, and Boyer now has a little more comfortable, about 3 or 4 car length lead at the exit of turn 2. Meanwhile, here's the battle for second. Nick Skias is closed in, and now he's going to try and make the pass on Scott Gingrich coming out of turn 4 with 5 to go. They'll race side by side off to turn number 1 and give it to Nick Skias. He's your leader, or he's second, I should say, and trying to chase down the leader, Mike Boyer, through heavy lap traffic. Oh, Boyer caught Kreiser at a little bit of a bad spot off turn 4. That's going to allow Skias to close right to the back bumper, but Skias can't get past Kreiser either. That's going to allow Boyer to get away. Back to another 2 or 3 car length lead. Inside Brittany Zeller now with 3 to go. Oh, lap cars side by side. Boyer nearly got caught behind Matter Martin's car, but gets past. But this is going to be a dogfight with 2 laps to go. 2 car lengths separate the front 2. Boyer and Skias back to turn 1. Nick Skias has done a lot of winning this season at Lanco. Has not yet found victory lane at Linda's. Neither has Mike Boyer. 1 lap to go. 2 lap cars directly in front of the leaders. Here comes Skias to the inside. Oh, that one car breaks, and now they'll race side by side off the turn 3. Caution is going to be out right as Nick Skias was about to take the lead and maybe the win. Back to turn 3, the caution came out for the stop car of Landon Hostler down the backstretch. He broke right in front of Brandon Kressler and the rest of the race leaders, and that allowed Skias the opportunity to nearly make the pass on Boyer. But the caution came out as the leaders were entering turn 3, and we're going to try it again. It's going to be a 1-lap dash to the finish. And Mike Boyer, who led the entire race, nearly lost it right there, but now it's going to come down to a last-second restart. Gingrich is going to line up 3rd. Swaley is going to be 4th. Skias will be 5th. For this restart, it'll be single file with a lap to go. So lap traffic won't be an issue this time. They'll run 1 more lap under caution before coming back to the green flag. And with that, race fans, pick your winner. Can Mike Boyer, the defending champ, get win number 1 of 2021? What about Nick Skias in 2nd? How about Scott Gingrich? He's come close a time or 2 before this season. He'll start in 3rd. Jason Swavely is 4th. And Pete Skias, it's going to take a miracle, but win number 4 is not out of the question from the 5th spot. But 1 lap to decide it. Green and white will come out together, and then the twin checkers the next time around. Green flag back in the air. Boyer gaps Skias by half a car length back to turn number 3, and here they come. The race is on. Skias going to try and make it happen on the outside. Back to 1 and 2. He may do just that. They'll race side by side down the backstretch. Nick Skias powers around the outside into 3 and 4. And on the final lap, Nick Skias is your winner of the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Another masterful restart is gonna provide Nick Skias with an unbelievable last lap pass for the win. Mike Boyer comes home second, Scott Gingrich third, Jason Swavely fourth, and Pete Skias rounds out your top 5. But my goodness, Nick Skias, your winner of the 270s. Nick Skias, your winner in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Different car, different track, same result. But my goodness, talk me through that last restart. You led one lap, you led the only one that mattered. But how did you make that move on the outside?
I figured since I showed my nose there and I was really disappointed that that caution came out. I really thought I was going to win taking a checker. And I was like, well, hopefully he moves down seeing my nose because I seen him roll in the middle. And I was like, well, if he moves down, I'm going to try to roll the top, not shift, and carry as much momentum as I can. And I think it worked.
I would say it worked for sure. Man, restarts and starts have been something for you these past couple of weeks. Who do you got to thank for this victory, Nick?
This Viper chassis is on a rail. The thing was flawless. Skias Motors, I put this motor together. It's brand new. I ran it one time and blew up 3 times with it. And, it's running pretty good now. We figured out our problem.
I'll say. Nick Skias, your winner in the 270s. Thank you. Well, Pete Skias won 3 times here this season at Linda Speedway in the first 4 races. Nick said, I'll join in on the fun, and he gets the victory. He ran the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, and he needed every bit of it to get past the defending champ Mike Boyer on that last restart. Now we'll head to the heat races for the winged Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. They will come up next, 3 of them, with 29 cars total, split into heat races of 10, 10, and 9. And Nick Skias is going to go from the front of this race at the checker to the front of the next race at the green flag. He starts on pole for heat race number 1 for the 600s. Robert Pierce will be on his outside, and we'll get you the rest of the starting lineup when that heat race takes to the racetrack in just a few moments. Well, we have a short little break in the action. Want to remind you that the Demolition Derby is returning to Linda's Speedway this year after a very successful outing 1 year ago. The Demo Derby is going to be back on October 2nd here at the Linda's Speedway. October 2nd, the Demolition Derby will be back. Quite a way out. We'll continue to promote it throughout the course of the season, but that was a very popular event 1 year ago, and we expect it to be another great show. Once again, October 2nd, the Linda Speedway Demolition Derby. And in the meantime, we are ready to rock here for the first heat for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Winged 600s. And Nick Ski is going to start from pole position. As we talked about, Robert Pierce not out there for this heat race, so it'll be Mason Beinauer to his outside. Logan Rumsey, Garrett Smith will start in row number 2. Strike that. Logan Rumsey, Dylan Schatz are going to start in row 2. Garrett Smith will start on the inside of row 3 alongside of Sean Dove in the 3D. Tyler Henry and Pat Beeler will start on row 4. Let's see. No Ryan Kunkel, Robert Pierce, or Trevor Teets. Trevor Teets came out but pulled off in his number 07 car. So we'll have 8 cars for 8 laps, 6 transfer, top 4 redraw for starting positions. As mentioned, this is the first of 3 heats for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Winged 600s. Want to go signal is going to be given. Can Nick Skias follow up his victory in the 270s with a heat race win for the Wing 600s? What about Logan Rumsey? He won the first Wing 600 race here earlier this season on opening night. And also picked up a win a couple weeks back in the Wingless 600 category. Let's see what happens. Green flag is in the air. Skias going to fire away back to turn number 3. He'll clear Beinhauer as they come through 3 and 4. And take the lead back to turn number 1. Battle's going to be hot and heavy, though, for the 4th spot. From Dylan Schatzer on back, Sean Dove runs in 5th. Garrett Smith is in 6th. Tyler Henry, Pat Beeler race side by side through 3 and 4, 7th and 8th. Schatzer lost a little bit of momentum out of turn number 2. That opened the door for Sean Dove to get through on the inside, move that car up to the 4th position. And here comes Tyler Henry to the inside of Garrett Smith. That for 6th. And the last transfer spot, he won't just get to the inside of Smith, he'll get to the inside of Schatzer and move that car up to the 5th position, back to 3 and 4. Henry's going to have a look inside Sean Dove here through 1 and 2, kicking up some dust next to those infield tires, lost a little bit of momentum. We'll try to regroup back through 3 and 4. And in the meantime, Nick Skias is checked out to a 1-second lead over Mason Beinhauer. Beinhauer's got a couple car lengths over Logan Rumsey, and then quite a few more back to Sean Dove in 4th and Tyler Henry in 5th. Issue for Pat Beeler. That car goes off the track at the exit in turn number 2. So he's going to fail to finish. And that car that finished 2nd a week ago in the Wingless 600 feature is going to have to head to the Consi. Meanwhile, the battle is on for 6 between Dylan Schatzer and Garrett Smith. Those two are the last 2 cars running, but one of them is going to move on to the A main, and it looks like it might be Smith. If he can take that spot away down the backstretch and off the turn 3, he will do just that as Nick Skias takes the white flag. Mason Beinhauer closing in, but he's not going to close in nearly quickly enough as Nick Skias comes to the checkered flag to win heat race number 1. Beinhauer 2nd, Rumsey 3rd. Dove hangs on for 4th over Henry, and Garrett Smith takes the last transfer spot. Dylan Schatzer will head to the Consi, as will Zach Beeler and Trevor Teets. Okay, here's the lineup for heat number 2. We'll have Randy Kunkel Jr. starting for pole position in car number 91. Zach Light on his outside. Taylor Truxell will start inside row 2. Brian Kramer to his outside. Tommy Koonsman, winner from earlier in the night, will start inside row 3. PJ Williams will be on his outside. Mike Rutherford, who won the most recent Wing 600 race here, will start inside row 4 alongside Jesse Maurer. Watch for some highlights on that 4th row. And then Roddy Westhaver and Trevor Teets was in this heat. He came out in the last heat, was not supposed to be in it. He's in this 2nd heat now and will start 10th. Here they come to the green flag. Heat race number 2 is underway. Randy Kunkel Jr. and Zach Light fire away pretty evenly. Light's going to have the advantage coming off turn 4, and he'll take the race lead from the outside pole. Back to 1 and 2. Zach Light away to the point. Randy Kunkel Jr. in second. Brian Kramer, Tommy Kunzman, Jesse Maurer, Daniel Baer, your top 6. Rodney Westhafer and Mike Rutherford run 7th and 8th. Ooh, Rutherford got loose, nearly collected Troxel at the exit of turn 4. So come back to the cross flags, this time by Zach Light, well out in front. Randy Kunkel Jr. in second. Kramer, Kunzman, Maurer, Baer, your top 6, with Westhafer trying to close in. Pounce. That battle's going to continue on for the last transfer spot. Westhafer on the inside, Baer on the outside. Back to turn number 3. Mike Rutherford waiting in the wings, but 2 laps to go for Zach Light out in front. Troxel and Teets won't have anything to say about the transfer spots. Westhafer will get around Baer to turn number 2. He may have to hold off Mike Rutherford now for that last transfer spot with 1 lap to go. But out of turn 4, Zach Light's going to pick up the win in heat race number 2 for the Wing 600s. Kunkel Jr. comes home second. Then Kramer, Kunzman, Maurer, and Westhafer. They're the 6 that move on. Mike Rutherford is going to head to the Consi, as will Daniel Baer, Taylor Troxel, and Trevor Teets. One more 9-car heat race still to come for the Wing 600s. They're going to take to the racetrack right now. And Jackson White going to start from pole position in car number 99X. To his outside will be Logan Road in the 24. And then he'll have Anthony Yerger driving the 14 on his inside. Scott Gesford in the 47, going to start from the outside of row 2. Dawson Landis will start in the 5th position. Let's re-rack this. No Logan Road, no Anthony Yerger, no PJ Williams. So we have 6 cars. That means they'll all qualify if they can finish, and they will. Jackson White going to start from pole position as mentioned. It'll be Scott Gesford alongside him. Then Dawson Landis and Jeremy Harshman on row 2. Hunter McFadden and Ben Stoles in the 600, number 77. We're going to round out the 6-car lineup. And here we go, final heat race of the evening. No transfer drama here, just the battle for the race victory and the battle for the top 4 to be in a redraw position. And White gets away to the point. Gesford is second. Landis will run in third with Harshman in fourth. And side by side, Ben Stoles' car off the pace. Down at turn number 1, he'll pull to the infield. Looks like his 600 heat race is going to end early. White, though, has checked out from the field, 1.2 seconds ahead of Scott Gesford, who heads up a nose-to-tail second through fifth battle to turn number 3, all separated by about 2 car lengths back through the final set of corners. Gesford second, Landis third, Harshman and McFadden fourth and fifth. Going to see the cross flags this time by for Jackson White. Battle for second is going to heat up here between Gesford and Landis. Back to turn number 1. Landis trying to make the inside line work. Gesford on the outside. No threat from Jeremy Harshman quite yet. That'll be the battle coming through 3 and 4. But Jackson White has set sail, and with 2 laps to go, he will see the Twin Sticks first. He has put a straightaway on Scott Gesford and Dawson Landis, second and third. Back to turn number 3. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for that 99X machine out in the wind. Battle will continue for second, but it's well behind Jackson White. He'll win heat race number 3 for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s. Gesford's going to hold off Landis for second. Harshman and McFadden complete the 5 finishers. Ben Stoles did not finish, so he will still head to the A main, but they'll have to see if they can get that car repaired. And with that, we've concluded the heat racing for the evening here for the 600s. Okay, here we go. Ready to rock in the Excel Modified Tour. 25 laps. Field lined up and doubled up, and here we go. Riley Hummel, Eric Whitby going to start on row 1. Ty Hoke, Matt Warner will start on row 2. Field starts heads up from the heat races earlier in the evening. It'll be Tyler Bartik and Sam Shikatano starting in row 3, with Corey England and Austin Daniels starting in the 4th row. Christian Anati, Kenny Harris start row 5. Andy Wrestler, Jared Myers will be on row 6. Josh Bewley, Matt Kiefert will start on row 7. Ed Hollenbach, Thomas Pritchka, they'll start on row 8. Chad Miller, Brian Blankenbiller will start on row 9. And then the transferees from the Consi, Ray Gradwell, Eric Hollenbach will start in row 10. Jerry Bressler, Joe Carter, row 11. Chris Smith, Chad Kreiser round out the 24-car starting lineup. 1 to go signal this time by...
It's a wait lap. I want to see.
Field will get the green flag this time off turn number 4. What's gonna unfold? Riley Hummel, Eric Whitby on row 1, 25 laps, and the green flag is in the air. We're underway in the Excel Tour Modifieds. Riley Hummel through to the race lead. Whitby through to second. Hope through to third. Battle's going to be side by side for 4th between Warner and Bartik. Back to turn 1. And the whole gaggle of cars behind them. Warner may have a look inside Ty Hoke for the 3rd spot as they come through turns 3 and 4. But it's Riley Hummel out in the win. That car looks quick. Everybody keeps it straight as they come off to 1 and 2. Front 4 remains single file. Bartik still having a look. Oh, around goes Bewley in turns 3 and 4. And that's going to be a big pile up in turn 4. Bewley's collected. Both the Hollenbachs, Ed and Eric, are in it. Jerry Bressler is going to pull away. That car has a little bit of damage. Chad Kreiser and Chad Miller all were involved. That looked a lot worse than it was. I think Eric Hollenbach might have gotten the worst of it, though. And Bewley got some damage as well. One to go signal is given. Field going to get doubled up, and with 3 laps in the books, looks like Eric Hollenbach will join on to the back of the pack. We still got all 24 cars out there. It'll be Hummel and Whitby, row 1, Hoke and Warner, row 2, Bartik and Shikatano, row 3, then England Daniels, row 4, and Harris Donati, row 5. Down the backstretch, off to turn number 3. They'll see the green flag when they get to turn 4 and stand on the loud pedal. Hollenbach will pull off, so 23 cars still out there, and they all hop on the gas back to turn 4 and down the front stretch. And Bartik going to have a look inside, 3 wide on the bottom of Ty Hoke, as Warner's going to get around the outside and through to the 3rd spot, and we've got a caution. It was Chad Miller who's gone around in turn 2. That'll be a complete restart, and that's going to take away the big move there by Bartik to try and get through to the third spot. Will be a single file restart since they did not get a complete lap in the books. Chad Miller pulls off. His night is over. The rest of the field is single file. 1 to go signal is given. Lights are out as the field is getting ready to enter turn number 3. Cannot pass on the bottom until you get to Mike Fry, who's going to wave the green flag. Here we go. Back to turn 4. Ty Hoke going to try and get around Whitby on the outside, though. Back to turns 1 and 2. He may have a shot at it. They'll race side by side off to turn number 3, but Whitby's going to hang on to the spot for the time being. Bartik going to race side by side with Warner off the exit of turn number 4 as England has a look inside Chicatano. Bartik going to complete that pass for the 4th spot, and Corey England in that Excel modified going to try and follow him through and get inside the top 5. They'll race wheel to wheel off turn 4 and give it to England back to turn 1. Warner tried to come back at him, could not. Meanwhile, Tyler Bartik gets under Ty Hoke down the backstretch and off to turn number 3 and move the 85 AM car up to position number 3. Still, though, it's Riley Hummel by about 5-6 car lengths down the backstretch. Oh, one car spinning in turn 1 and a couple of cars slide up to the outside wall. Looks like it was the 10 of Andy Ressler who went around first, and a couple other cars collected there as well. I think Joe Carter got up in the outside wall. Chris Smith was collected in there as well. And I think the other car is the 116 of Gary Bressler. He may have slapped the outside wall, and he's up there with Carter in turns 1 and 2. So Jerry Bressler and Joe Carter stopped up there in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, there's a tire down on Andy Ressler's car, so that'll be the end of his race. Field will get doubled up. It'll once again be Hummel and Whitby on row 1, but Tyler Bartik is the one making the big moves right now. Went from 5th to 3rd on that last little green flag spurt. He'll start inside Ty Hoke in row 2. Corey England, Matt Warner will be on row 3. You'll have Sam Chicatano and Kenny Harris in row 4. Matt Kiefert and Austin Daniels going to round out your top 5, or first 5 rows, I should say, round out your top 10. Carter's car is going to get towed to the infield, and it looks like the night might be over for Jerry Bressler as well in the 116. Both cars will get towed off, and the 1 to go signal has been given. Riley Hummel is the leader with Eric Whitby on his outside. That's going to be the battle. Whitby nearly won last time out in the modifieds, broke on the final restart.
69.
Riley Hummel leads them slowly through 3 and 4 and stands on the gas. Here they come, back to 1 and 2. Tyler Barczyk might get through Whitby on the inside of the first couple corners. He and Whitby going to race side by side for second as England and Hoke race side by side for fourth further back. Hummel is away to the lead, and we've got trouble. Another pileup in turn 4. 4 cars stopped up there. Brian Blankenbuehler was the first car around. Thomas Pritchka spun as well. Ed Hollenbach and I think Chris Smith are up there, and Chad Kreiser got damage as well in that. Lap did count, so Tyler Barczyk will move to second. Corey England will move to fourth in front of Cy Hoke. And we'll go back to double file formation. So Riley Hummel's going to have a new challenger on his outside. This time, the 85 AM of Tyler Barczyk. Side by side through 3 and 4. Hummel again going to stand on the gas. Clear Barczyk off turn 2. That's going to turn 4. That's going to give Whitby a shot on the inside once again, but he won't be able to get it done. Barczyk clears through to second. Corey England might have something to say about third. Back to turn 3. He'll try to peek to the outside of Whitby, but Whitby's going to hang on for now. Caution is out. Chris Smith has gone around in turn 3. We're back under yellow, and he's going to get back going, looks like. And once again, did get a lap in, so we'll double him up one more time with 8 laps in the books. Hummel Barczyk, row 1. Whitby England, row 2. Hoke Warner, row 3. Harris Chicatano, row 4. Daniels and Kiefert, row 5. Riley Hummel's been getting some good restarts. Can he get another one here through 3 and 4? He and Barczyk going to race side by side off turn 4. Barczyk might have something to say. Big move by Matt Warner on the outside of 3 wide, and we've got another pile up in turn 1. As Ed Hollenbach went around, Chris Smith was around, Pritchka's involved. Josh Bewley goes off in turn 2. Ray Gradwell's got some pretty big damage on his 28 car as well. And Brian Blankenbuehler is going to come to a stop down the backstretch. Brian Blankenbiller is going to pull off the exit of turn 2. His night's going to be over. Chris Smith is going to be, looks like, towed back. Not sure about Hollenbach or Pritschke yet, but they were collected in that as well. Pritschke will get pushed back to the exit of turn number 2. His night's going to be over. Hollenbach will rejoin. Single file restart with 8 laps in the books, 17 to go. Issue for Jared Myers. He's going to pull off as well. So we're down to 14 cars. And green flag is back in the air. Bit of a slow start that time. Matt Warner's going to get around both England and Whitby back to turn number 1 on the outside. He can pass on the outside before the start-finish line, not on the inside. Warner did it the legal way, and he's going to battle with England back to turn number 1. That'll be for the 3rd spot. But England's going to get a nice drive off the exit of turn number 2. They'll come back to 3 and 4. England on the bottom, Whitby on the bottom. Whitby and Warner going to race side by side off turn 4, and looks like Whitby's going to take that position back. Kenny Harris going to have something to say about the 5th spot back to turn 2. It's Riley Hummel, though, out in front by 5 car lengths back to turn 1 over Tyler Bartik. Gonna have to see how the gap continues to grow. With only 14 cars left, we'll have to see if lap traffic becomes an issue. I'm not sure it's gonna be if we stay green for the final 13 laps. Hummel's out in front. Gap not really closing that much, but here comes Kenny Harris to the inside of Eric Whitby. That's gonna be the battle for 4th, and was not much of a battle. Back to turn 3. Harris takes it on the inside, and he'll go to work on Corey England for 3rd. Hummel gap Bartik by about a car length that time by. Continues to hang on to the lead. Battles on for the 6th spot. Warner, Hoke, and Chicatano all back there battling side by side. Warner right now on the inside of Hoke, and Hoke's going to get around the outside, move the 4H car up to the 6th position, and Chicatano's going to try and follow him through. So after a great restart, Matt Warner has dropped through the field like a rock. He's going to fall back to the 8th position through 3 and 4. And Riley Hummel continues to pull away. 1 1/4 seconds back to turn 3. You'll see 9 laps to go this time by. Kenny Harris continuing to heat up Corey England for the 3rd spot, but nothing doing there for the time being. Back to 1 and 2. Chicatano may have something to say about 6 with Ty Hoke, and in the meantime, Austin Daniels and Christian Anati both won a piece of 8th spot with Matt Warner. Riley Hummel may get to a car or 2 at the back of the pack, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see. 7 laps to go. It's smooth sailing for him out in front right now. Bartik is not closing, and nor is anybody else. Kenny Harris going to try and get around the outside of England through 1 and 2. That'll be the side-by-side battle back to turn 3. And Kenny Harris is going to whip around the outside and take the 3rd spot away. He'll try to run down Tyler Bartik for 2nd with 6 laps to go. We'll see the open palm of Mike Fry this time by. 5 laps remaining for Riley Hummel out in front. Bartik is closing a little bit, but he's going to have to do a lot more work to close in. Enough to catch Hummel over the final 4 1/4 laps. Battle is hot and heavy from Warner on back. Warner, Daniels, Donati, Kiefert all scrapping it up for 8th, but that's nearly 2/3 of a lap behind the leader. Coming back to see 3 to go. Oh, and there's trouble around goes Kiefert in turn 2. That battle came to a head at the exit of the corner. Matt Warner's car is slowing down the back straightaway with an apparent issue. That might have been how it got started. Those 4, Warner, Kiefert, Donati, and Daniels, were all battling, and it looked like whatever happened, Warner and Kiefert got the bad end of it, and we're under caution with 3 laps to go. So it was smooth sailing for Riley Hummel, but now he's going to have to endure one more restart at least. Race fans, pick your winner. Can Riley Hummel hang on? What about Tyler Bartik from the outside of row 1? Kenny Harris has worked his way up to 3rd. Corey England is 4th. Eric Whitby and Ty Hope complete the first 3 rows. As we've seen in the modifieds, anything can happen. And if anything can happen, it most likely will happen with 3 laps to go. Green flag in the air, and they're side by side. Back to turn number 1. Hummel on the outside, Bartik on the inside. Flip-flop that, Hummel on the inside, Bartik on the outside, and they continue to race side by side. To turn 3, give the race lead to Tyler Bartik off turn 4. Excellent restart from the 85 AM car is going to put him to the point. Oh, Hummel's car is off the pace down the backstretch. Had a little moment that allowed Harris and England to try and come fast on the inside. But final lap, Tyler Bartik trying to steal one. He started the evening in 5th, worked up to 3rd, then to 2nd, and on the final restart with 3 laps to go, Tyler Bartik comes from the outside to take the twin checkers and win in the Excel Modified Tour. Kenny Harris comes home 2nd. Riley Hummel will have to settle for 3rd. Corey England and Eric Whitby complete your top 5. But Tyler Bartik leads the final few laps after the restart to win it. Tyler Bartik, the next visitor to Seidel Hyundai Victory Lane, and a very well-earned one at that. Tyler, started 5th, methodically worked your way up Didn't look like you were going to be able to catch Riley there under green, but when that caution came out with 3 laps to go, what went through your mind?
Yeah, he definitely had me on the long run, but once we had that restart, I knew I had one more shot, and I pinned him down a little bit in 1 and 2. We didn't make contact, but that was good racing. I got to thank my dad, my uncle, Bill, all the sponsors on the car, Keys Garage, Just Water Incorporated, Illuminati Customs, and Strauss Electric. And it feels good to be back.
It does feel good to be back. Feels good to be in victory lane. Tyler Bartik, your winner in the modifieds. No Consi for the 600, so it is time for the second of the Twin 12s for the Chargers. Double feature time. Here we go. They will get lined up here after the victory lane celebrations for Tyler Bartik, your winner of the modifieds. Okay, here we go. 12 laps in distance, 18 cars, and the lineup will go off like this for the second time tonight. Sam Yeagley, after the inversion pill of 8, will start from pole position. Chris Smith will be on his outside. Chucky Kimmel and Francis Gross III will start on row 2. Shane Flaherty, Ed Hollenbach will be in row number 3. Justin Regal, and your winner from earlier in the night, Dale Kreiser, will start from the 8th position. Darrell Wagner, John Mans will start in row 5. Chris McCarr, Ronnie Rhodes will be in row 6. Haley Smith and Sean Yeagley, they will start in row number 7. Cheyenne Kreiser, Carol Walters will be in row 8. And then Josh Michael Lila Reagan slated to start in row number 9. No Sean Yeagley, so 17 cars. Here we go, 12 laps to decide it in the Chargers. Sam Yeagley leads them down alongside of Chris Smith, and green flag is in the air. We're underway. And Chris Smith is going to get away to the race lead, back to turns 1 and 2. Oh, trouble, front straightaway. 2 cars get together. John Mans and Chris McCarr made big-time contact, and there's some front-end damage to that 30-pack machine. Looks like he'll get it rolling again, but there is some substantial cosmetic damage on that car. The night will be over for John Mans. The night will also be over for Chris McCarr. Be able to get the one-to-go signal. It's going to be a complete restart, so Chris Smith will have to do it again from the outside of row 1 on Sam Yeagley. Field will thunder past through 1 and 2 under caution for one final time, and then we'll get the green flag. Here they come. Green flag is in the air once again, and once again, Chris Smith on the high line is going to try to get away to the race lead off turn 4, and he will. Yeagley will run second, and side by side, Kimmel and Gross for the third spot. Kimmel's going to try to have a look inside Yeagley. Gross might try to have a look outside Yeagley through 1 and 2. 3 and 4, beg your pardon, as they come off of the final corner. Ed Hollenbach thought about squeezing in the middle there of Gross and Kimmel, thought better of it. And as Smith gets away by about 3 car lengths, second on back is a gaggle. Kimmel and Gross continue to race side by side for the third spot with Hollenbach and Flaherty and Kreiser all watching on. Kreiser tried to have a peek to the outside of Hollenbach as they came under the front stretch and off through 1 and 2. Chucky Kimmel falling back, and here comes Dale Kreiser around the outside of him. Flaherty will do the same. And the battle's going to be on for second between Yeagley and Gross out of turn 4. Chris Smith, meanwhile, has gotten away. But Ed Hollenbach now to the inside of Yeagley. He may try to get to the inside of Gross through 3 and 4. He's going to complete the pass on Yeagley and race side by side with the 09 off the exit of turn number 4. Gross will hang on to the spot for the time being. Meanwhile, Flaherty is going to get past Yeagley as well, and so too will Dale Kreiser as the field gets to lap traffic. Lap traffic going to be crucial to negotiate with 7 laps to go, but Chris Smith did a nice job getting through it. Hollenbach is through to second now. Gross is third, and Flaherty's fourth. Now Flaherty going to try to have a look inside Gross, the exit of turn number 2. They'll race side by side off the 3 and 4 as Ed Hollenbach tries to close the gap on Chris Smith. And we've got a spinner. Chucky Kimmel goes around in turn 3. Ronnie Rhodes also slid to avoid, and that puts us under caution with 6 down and 6 to go. Carol Walters might have been involved in that as well. Looks like she'll get away. 1 to go signal is given. Let's see, can Chris Smith hang on in front of Ed Hollenbach? Francis Gross, Shane Flaherty, and Dale Kreiser. They're your top 5 with 6 laps to go. Green flag is in the air. Back to turns 3 and 4. Hollenbach going to stay right with Smith as they come through. Back to turn number 1. Battle's going to be on for the 4th spot. Dale Kreiser trying to make something happen on the outside. He may get around Flaherty. He may get around Gross. And in the meantime, here comes Hollenbach to the inside of Smith through 3 and 4. Smith, though, going to take that high line away, keep the momentum up there, and he'll hang on for the time being out in front. Kreiser trying to find his way past Flaherty at the exit of turn number 2, right behind Francis Gross. Just about has that pass completed and will complete it back to 3 and 4. Meanwhile, here comes Hollenbach. Good drive off turn 4. He'll race side by side down to 1 and 2. Hollenbach on the inside, Smith on the outside. They'll continue to race, and meanwhile, we've got trouble further back. Around goes Sam Yeagley, and he was collected with Justin Regal. That's going to put us under caution. And right as Ed Hollenbach was about to complete the pass, the yellow flag comes out, and he's going to have to do it all over again. Four laps to go. Race fans, pick your winner. Can Chris Smith hang on? He's led the first 8 laps. Can Ed Hollenbach get by? What about Francis Gross in third, or can Dale Kreiser make it 2 for 2 on the evening? Green flag back in the air. 4 laps to go. Smith went the bottom side that time by. That almost opened the door for Hollenbach up top, but he's going to hang on for the time being. That car is sideways, though, at the exit of turn 2, and here comes Hollenbach. Up the outside, and they'll race side by side off the 3. Give the race lead to Ed Hollenbach as they come through 3 and 4. 3 laps to go now. Gross continues to run in third. Kreiser is 4th. Can Ed Hollenbach get away out in front? He's got 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths, maybe 5 car lengths on Smith back to turn 1. And as Haley Smith pulls to the infield with an issue, Ed Hollenbach is going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go for him before he's going to pick up another victory. The defending champion going to come through 3 and 4. The battle's going to rage on for second, but Ed Hollenbach is going to take the twin checkers and win the second Charger feature of the evening. It'll be Smith to come home second, then Gross and Kreiser. They'll run 3rd and 4th with Shane Flaherty completing your top 5. But Ed Hollenbach goes back to victory lane in the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. We'll do victory lane after the final feature of the evening, which is for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Winged 600s. They are just about ready to take to the racetrack. And here we go with the final feature of the evening and the second leg of the 600 doubleheader. Tommy Koonsman won the wingless race early in the night. Who is going to win with the wing on? Randy Kunkel Jr. and Zach Light going to have the best shot from the front row. They will start there with Scott Gesford and Sean Dove starting on row 2. It'll be Dawson Landis and Nick Skias on row 3. Jeremy Harshman and Tommy Koonsman, winner from earlier in the night. He'll have to come from the 8th spot to sweep the evening. Mason Beinhauer, Brian Kramer will start in row 5. Jackson White, who won his heat race earlier in the evening, will start in row 6 alongside Logan Rumsey. Tyler Henry and Jesse Maurer will start in row number 7. Hunter McFadden and Garrett Smith will be in row 8. Rodney Westafer and Mike Rutherford will be in row number 9. With Trevor Teets and Taylor Troxel in row 10. And the 63 of Dylan Schatzer alongside Daniel Baer in row 11. And Pat Beeler going to round out what looks to be a 22 car field. Okay, race fans, here we go. Final feature of the evening. The winged 600s ready to go for 25 laps. Randy Kunkel Jr., Zach Light, they're on row 1, and they're green. We're green in the Hyper Racing 600s. Zach Light's going to get away to the point off the outside of the front row. Put that car in the race lead. Kunkel in second. Sean Dove will run third. Nick Skias going to race side by side. Oh, there's contact between he and Landis at the exit of turn 4, but they keep it straight somehow. Landis on the inside. Skias on the outside. Landis going to hang on to that 4th position for the time being as the field races back to 1 and 2. Zach Light and Randy Kunkel Jr. have gotten away pretty nicely out in front over 3rd place Sean Dove. First side-by-side battle is now the one for 4th. Nick Skias going to have another look inside. Dawson Landis back to turns 1 and 2. He will complete that pass. The exit of the corner. Now Tommy Koonsman going to try and set his sight on Landis as Rumsey's car's off the pace down the backstretch. He's going to pull it to the infield. And the night will be over for the guy that's won 2 feature races this season in the 600s. But meanwhile, we stay green, and Zach Light has a 3-car length lead over Randy Kunkel Jr. back to 1 and 2. Battle on for the 3rd spot. Nick Skias to the inside of Sean Dove. Power move at the exit of turn 2. Moves Skias up to the 3rd spot. But he's got a straightaway to catch the front 2. Zach Light and Randy Kunkel, who is closing on the race leader. Pat Beeler's going to pull to the infield. Issue for him as well. But we stay green, and the leaders are about to get to a lot of lap traffic, starting with Dylan Schatzer. He'll be the first car that they reach. And it's going to be a battle between the front two, Light and Kunkel, when they get there. They run nearly nose to tail. Now a couple car lengths. Light pulls the advantage back to turn 3. Kunkel tries to close off the exit of the corner, but they've got about a dozen lap cars nose to tail right in front of them. It starts with Rodney Westafer all the way up in 11th. Everybody else is in a conga line right in front, and Zach Light's going to try to make the first move on Dylan Schatzer as they come off to 3 and 4. Oh, we got trouble. 2 cars around in front of the leaders, and everybody is going to get by. Looks like it is Scott Gesford, and I think that's Jackson White over there, who were the 2 cars that got together. They were running about 12th and 13th, right in that line, ahead of the leaders. That's going to put us under the yellow flag with 10 laps in the books and 15 laps to go. Trevor Teets will have to go to the tail for jumping that initial start. He was in the 14th position, but he will head to the back, and they've gotten White and Gesford's cars back running. That was just before the leaders were going to get to lapping cars, but you do the math. That was a 10-lap run. We've got 15 to go, so if we stay green these final 15 laps, they will catch lap traffic again. So let's re-rack it for you. Zach Light going to start from the point. Randy Kunkel Jr. will be second. Then Nick Skia, Sean Dove, and Dawson Landis complete your top 5. Tommy Koonsman, Brian Kramer, Jesse Maurer, Mike Rutherford, and Tyler Henry complete the top 10. Rutherford's been the big mover, had to come through the consi that wasn't, but started from the 20th position and is now 9th with 10 laps in the books. But it's all Zach Light out in front for the time being, but Randy Kunkel Jr. was not letting him get away. And what does Nick Skias have to say about it now that he's up to the back bumper of both? Here they come, off turn 4 with the green flag in the air, and we're back underway. Kunkel hounding Light back to 3 and 4, but the 11Z car is going to hang on to lead lap 11 as they come off to 1 and 2, and they're 3 wide for 5th. Further back, Tommy Koonsman in the middle, Brian Kramer on the inside, Dawson Landis on the outside. Koonsman comes out on top with Kramer following behind him. Mike Rutherford having a look inside Jesse Maurer for the 8th spot, and he may have a look inside Landis for 7th as well. Field will come back, though, to the cross flags as Garrett Smith pulls off. His race is going to be over. 2 laps to go, though, or 2 car lengths, I should say, separating the front 2. Coming to see 14 laps complete and 11 to go. It may come down to Zach Light and Randy Kunkel Jr. to decide it. But we'll see what lap traffic has to say about it. With 10 to go, Light just ran the fastest lap of this race. And he's been able to get away from Kunkel by about 4 car lengths off to 3 and 4. But they will catch lap traffic before the end of this race if we stay green. Light just ran another fastest lap of the race. He knows he's got to make time while he still can. Jeremy Harshman's car's off the pace. He was quick timer in hot laps early in the evening, but his night is over as well. And here comes Zach Light. He's going to pull up to the bumper of Scott Gesford. And with 7 laps to go, He's going to have to work to put a lap on him and try to hold off Randy Kunkel Jr. Nick Skias. Tommy Kunzman is coming, but he's got a long way to go and not a lot of time to get there. He's in fourth. Zach Light going to work to the inside of Scott Gesford as they come off the turns 3 and 4. Gesford going to give him the low line and back to C. 5 laps to go for Zach Light. Kunkel is closing just a little bit. Skias is closing just a little bit. Kunzman is closing a lot bit, but he's got some more work to do. Back to C. 4 laps to go this time. Kunzman's going to have a look inside. Skias off to 1 and 2 as they work through the lap car. Nothing doing there, though, for the time being. Ooh, Brian Kramer got sideways and through one of the infield tires. Gets him a lot of dust. An arm car up in the outside wall. It's Dylan Schatzer in 1 and 2. He may come to a stop, and if he does, we may be back under caution. But no, we stay green. Coming back to see 2 laps to go for Zach Light out in front. Nick Skias trying to close in on Randy Kunkel Jr. for second, but Light has put a good gap. And he's going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go, 6 car lengths, more than that now. The gap back to 1 and 2. Zach Light took the lead from the outside pole, and he is not going to relinquish it all the way to the twin checkers. Zach Light is your winner in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600 feature. Randy Kunkel Jr. will finish in second. Nick Skias comes home third. Tommy Kunzman and Mike Rutherford complete your top 5. But Zach Light is your winner. Zach Light going to take home the victory in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s. And Zach, we don't see you very often here at Linda's, but you're going to go home a winner tonight. Take me through that start. You got away on the outside of the front row. Working through lap traffic was a little sketchy. You had Randy hounding you there, but tell me through how you're able to hold him off.
Yeah, the start was key. I think being on the outside really helped. I knew from the heat race it was almost identical to the heat race. We started 1-2 in the heat race too, and I think that bump on the bottom just for whoever was on the inside on the initial start, I think it just screwed him up enough that I could get the run. Like you said, lap traffic was hard. I could feel the pressure. I saw his nose once or twice. I was just trying to stay as consistent as I could try to get under lap traffic. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it was just holding on there for the last 5 or so laps, really.
Well, that's all you had to do. That car was on rails out in front. Who do you got to thank for this victory, Zach?
I got to thank my crew, my dad and Bill. They come with me every week. I got to thank my sponsors, Sycamore Hill RV, Curabella Child Care, Sunrise Tags and Tax, Morgan Auto. Everybody helps out on this thing. It's, a labor of love. That's for sure.
Well, it's a labor of love, and it paid off with a victory tonight. Congratulations, Zach Light, your winner in the Wing 600s. Gonna get a quick word in here with Ed Hollenbach when we get a free second for those of you still listening at National Racing Network. Welcome back to Victory Lane. Ed Hollenbach, for those of you listening at home on the radio audience. Don't have much of a crowd here at the track, but for those of you listening at home, Ed Hollenbach, second win of the season and a well-earned one. You had to get past Chris on that last restart. Talk me through how you did it and talk me through how you held on for the win.
Yeah, we were having a pretty good battle there. There was a lap car there, and I was up beside him, and I had to move over for the lap car. We bumped a little bit side to side, and then he knew I was on the bottom, so he went to the bottom, protected it, and I got a good run on top.
All it took. Who do you got to thank for this victory, Ed?
Charlie Kimmel. He's at home watching this on video or whatever, but.
Well, I'm sure he'll be happy. Got Dale the win earlier in the evening, and now you pick up the win here. Ed Hollenbach, congratulations, winner in the Chargers.
Thanks.
So to recap on the evening, your winners on the night. Tommy Koonsman picks up the victory in the wingless Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. He was followed by Zach Light, who took up the win in the wing division, while meanwhile the twin Charger features for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers were won by Dale Kreiser and Ed Hollenbach. In the Mount Gretna Roller Ring 270s, it was a last lap pass for Nick Skias that got him the victory. And in the Excel Modified Tour, Tyler Bartik took home the victory, making the pass on a late restart to get the win. We'd like to thank everybody for listening in on the National Racing Network Radio. We will be back next Friday evening for more fun racing live from Linda's Speedway. But until then, I'm Casey Kreider saying so long. We'll see you on Friday night.